which will just take a
Nice to
second.
see everybody.
And also the meeting is being recorded for everyone, so they know.
Sam, we okay to go?
It should be good now, yeah.
Okay,
And I'll
cool.
put up the agenda, hold on.
Thank you.
You can start, we're good.
Okay, good. Well, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the planning board of the town of Rochester. And, oh, Sam, you just got rid of all of my other, oh, here they are. Hang on. I'll play with it later. So could I have everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight we have with us Christina. She's going to be taking notes for us. Christina, would you do the roll call?
Yep. Mr. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Zarowski,
Here.
Mr. Williams,
Here.
Ms. Lindstrom,
Here.
Mr. Pinsky,
Here.
Mr. Grasso,
Here.
Ms. Maloney, absent. And then we have also in attendance, we have, I believe, Zach Jarvis,
Here.
Mary Lou Christiana, and Liz Axelson.
All right, for those who don't know, Mary Lou is our attorney and Liz is our planner. Thank you, Christina.
You're welcome.
We have a quorum. Announcements and communications and trainings, we'll do them together. We're going to have a workshop at the end of this month on January 31st, and we'll have some training arranged by Mary Lou. Primarily
What time is that, Rick?
6:30. Okay, we'll deal with it as a workshop. So it'll be a combination of training around seeker, around privacy issues, Freedom of Information Act, a whole host of things like that, open meetings law. And then if we have time, I'd like to I had a lot of recommendations around fees, application fees from a variety of people. So the town board didn't change any of their fees at their previous meetings last week. So Mike suggested that we make a recommendation to him. So I want to make part of the meeting on the 31st that we just talk about application fees, not escrow fees. We do have, by way of announcements, we do have a formal list of escrow fees. I believe that was forwarded to you. If not, send me a heads up and I'll get it to you. It's not much different from what we've been charging. The only major change is where we have a lot line that, because it's part of an existing subdivision or a previous subdivision, it becomes either a minor or a major subdivision. And on that one, the board set a fee of $250 for that. Normally, there's no escrow for lot lines, but for those kind of lot lines, $250. All right, actions on minutes. I'll give anybody who hasn't had a chance to scour them or who has any comment about them, I'll give you an opportunity to either read or make your comments. If there are none, I'll accept a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Patrick, second.
Second.
Do I have a- Zorian?
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
Zorian, thank you. All in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? All right, the minutes, approving the minutes of December 13th are approved. Okay, let's launch into the projects. Sam, if the first one is Nicholas Shanglu and Anita Kauska, they're being represented by David Hahn. Is David Hahn here? I think I saw him.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so you're off mute, David. So, David, as we spoke last week sometime, I gave you a heads up, and I want to give the board a heads up as well, that this project, if you look at the map that Sam put up, the lot line elimination is considered to be a change. And in accordance with my discussion with our attorney, this therefore falls into the situation where a lot line change now becomes a major subdivision, because if you read all the notes on the upper left-hand side of the map, which might be difficult to read, so small, but this was previously a major subdivision. And so this lot line, David, as we discussed, now becomes a major subdivision. So without going through all the little bits and pieces that have to be done, I'd be happy to meet with you during the week to go through what you need to do this. I'll summarize right now. And if anybody from the board, after I just finish summarizing, if anybody from the board has comments, please chime in. But just by way of summary, you need to go back to the building department and reapply as a major subdivision. The building inspector and his assistant are aware of this. They will issue a new finding as to what this is. Instead of it being a lot line, it's a major subdivision. And then typically what we do, these are somewhat administrative. There might be some issues. I don't see any off the top of my head, but generally what we ask them to do, what we ask the applicant to do, is to ask for a waiver of the major subdivision requirements. And there's quite a few of them, 25 to 30 of them. So it's a little bit pro forma to do that. I'll explain it to you. But what I want to go through is go through each one of these requirements to make sure that none of those requirements apply in this situation. So there's some paperwork that has to be redone. You'll have to go through a public hearing. And you'll, again, have to reapply. And when you reapply, you'll be back on the agenda as a major subdivision, and the board will review it as a major subdivision. So is there anybody from the board, or first, David, you might want to hear from the board if there's any other comments, and then if you have any questions or comments, that'd be great. Anybody from the board have a comment about this project?
No,
I don't,
Rick, could we go around in a circle just really quick to make sure that everyone, especially on
Yes.
Zoom?
Thank you. I'm going to try to go, I don't have everybody up on the screen, but let's start with, hold on, let me just expand my, here we go.
Also, Anne Marie joined at some
Okay,
point.
hi, Anne Marie.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I'll give you a few minutes to catch up with us.
No, I've heard everything, so I'm fine.
Okay. So do you want to start?
I don't have any questions. I have absolutely no questions.
Okay. Patrick?
looks fine and simple to me.
Okay. Dorian?
I don't have any questions.
Mark?
Yeah, just keep in mind that without the lot line improvement now, and this is a major subdivision, you will need septic approval from the Board of Health. So that's probably a process that takes some time. So just to be proactive, it probably would be to your advantage to try to get that process started, since we will be looking for it.
Well, there's no septic system to be installed. It's a greenhouse we're building.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And you have an existing house on lot 8, right?
There's an existing house and septic system on lot 8.
All right. Okay. Sam?
I have no comments.
Okay. David, the only comment that I have, and we can go through it in more detail when we get together. There was what looked like a drainage swale on lot 8. I don't see it on this map, but one of the other maps, there was something marked a drainage swale.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was part of the development map.
So we're going to need some rationale as to why that doesn't appear on the map that you're seeking approval of.
Rick, it says on the line, it says Rip Rap Swale. I do see that on the map submitted 12/30.
Okay. All right. In any case, let's.
And
David,
Rick,
if you wanna- Yep.
Rick, you skipped me on your merry-go-round, but
Oh,
did you
Maren, I'm sorry. I just see your high school graduation picture there. I don't see you.
I'm I'm sticking with that.
Okay,
It's infinitely more attractive.
all right.
Did you resolve the issue that when something becomes a major subdivision, that you need everybody that is in the subdivision, if you have a private road, that they need to sign off on the road agreement, basically? I'm not phrasing it very well. So this is
yeah.
a private road, and in theory, when you alter a subdivision with a private road, everybody has to say, yes, we're okay, because they all own, everybody who's in the private subdivision owns pieces of the road. So in theory, they would have to go to everybody. Now, this isn't really a subdivision because they're lot line reducing it, but the letter of our code says,
Okay, Mary Lou, could you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I will take a look at it, and then when you have your meeting with Mr. Hahn, you'll have an answer, because we're not changing ownership on this. It's same owners. We might be able to get around that. So
because
I'll
Mary
check.
Lou, that was the
I'll-
same thing we had with the Montalva, was it Montalva Visconti that Terry Ringler brought on off of
I
Route
believe
20?
that one, though, I don't know that there'd already been an agreement.
There was an agreement and everybody signed off on it. There was one person that wasn't party to all of the lot line mess they were doing. And she said, yes, I'm fantastic. The other one we had most recently was on 20 acres that Patty Brooks brought, and they did the same thing. They sent a letter out and most of the people didn't respond. So I'm just applying equal treatment.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll take a look at those. Thank you, Maureen.
Okay.
And Maureen, you made a mention of a second item.
No, that was it. It was the road issue.
Okay, the private road issue. All right, great, thank you.
And Chrissy, if you haven't already done so, can you just make a note for the minutes that Anne Marie came in at 7:05? Does that sound right, Anne Marie?
Yeah, it was like 7:03.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll make it 7:03.
Already noted. Thank you.
Thanks.
David, I can meet with you tomorrow in the afternoon around 3. Then,
Tomorrow afternoon isn't very convenient for me. I'll be working out in West Saugerties.
so you know what you do? You have my cell phone
Yes.
number, I believe. Send me a text and we'll work something out for this week.
Sounds good.
And by that time, maybe towards the end of the week, maybe Friday. That way Mary Lou will have time to investigate this issue.
Great.
Is
That'd
that
be
good,
better.
Mary Lou?
Yep, that's great.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else. David, do you have any other questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Now, and we'll have to discuss, you do need to up the amount of money that you have on deposit in terms of an application fee. And then the escrow is $250. I mentioned that at the beginning of the meeting, where a lot line goes to another type subdivision. The town board approved a $250 fee for escrow because there's not much work. If it turns out there is a lot of work to be done here by the attorney or the planner, I don't know, then we'll be seeking additional escrow, but for right now, it'll be $250.
Okay.
And
All
if it is not all used, which it may not be, the excess will be returned.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Mary Lou.
You're
Okay, so
welcome.
David, you're done. And we'll
Great.
talk next week. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. The next project is Karen Hoff. Is there somebody here representing the Hoff project? There we go. Hoff and Greenwall. Sam, anybody piping up or raising their hand?
If you are on mute, you could just hit Alt A on your keyboard. We'll unmute you.
Okay, I'm not hearing anybody.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I
Hear you
can.
now.
Hi, Karen Hoff's my mom. My name's Benjamin Russ. I met with you last month How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Okay, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay. So everybody sees the map. This is a simple lot line.
Yes, sir.
And Sam, could you expand the map just a little bit?
I can make it bigger.
That's good. That's good. Yep. Thank you. So, and then move it down so we can see the other way. There you go. All right, so Mr. Russ.
Yeah.
Where it says, see on top where it says, there's still some issues with the map. They're minor, but we'll see how the board feels, but they're major enough that I don't think I'm going to be able to do the certification tonight because there's still some mistakes on this map.
Sam,
Okay, is this the
ma-
most
map-
recent map?
this is not a recent map.
Oh,
What's
hold on, let me see.
Because
Oh,
I
no,
know,
there is an updated, my apologies. There is an
Okay.
updated one.
All right. Thank
that
you.
was the one where we tried to meet the requirements from last month.
Okay. And I think you're almost there. But I have some questions, so we'll see where it goes. Sam, move it down just like an inch. There we go, right there. Perfect. So you have all the inset maps. You have that there. You have all of the boxes with places for signature. That's fine. Where it says here, lands of Hoff. Lands of Hoff. Hoff is giving 6 some odd acres to Greenhall. So it should say lands of Hoff, tax parcel 64.4-2-1.110, but not the next number. The next number is Greenhall's property. So the lands of Hoff that remain after this lot line change do not include 60.4-2-1.120. So that has to come off. All right.
No problem. That's very easily done.
Item. Sam, go all the way to the bottom of the map. That's perfect. So as part of our lot line requirements, the name, address, I call it the curriculum vitae of each of the participants, Hoff and Greenhall, has to be listed here. So you have some address. I don't know whether that's Hoff's address, Greenhall's address. You need both addresses since they're both participants and they're both on this map. So I need your
Okay.
surveyor to do that. And then Sam,
Okay.
could you move the map off to the left? And those are just minor things, but this is the next, the other left.
You make it bigger.
No, you know what? Make it smaller, Sam. Sorry. And you know what? Let me just see if I can change how I'm looking at everybody here. Bear with me. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so over on the right-hand side of the map, there's the access road or area, and there's notes on here that say lot lines to be removed, and there's arrows pointing to what's being removed. I get most of them, except for there's a whole bunch of lines, one going right through the existing right-of-way. I don't know if you can see my pointer. If you can't, Sam, could you sort of travel from left to horizontally on that tiny line in the right-of-way? I don't know whether that's,
Yeah.
I
don't know.
can see your cursor now.
all right, I'm
Hold
not
on, I
sure
want
if
to.
that line is staying or going. And then I don't know. Well, let me put it this way. It would have been a heck of a lot better had your surveyor kept the remaining lines on the new property in solid and the lines being eliminated in dotted or done different colors. Of course, quite frankly, I don't know from looking at this map in that area called the right-of-way, what's staying and what's going.
I can have them do that. We're taking notes, and that's no problem. The lines being removed in dashed and the lines staying solid.
Does that sound about right, Mary Lou? We talked about this on Friday.
No problem.
Yes, that's That would be much clearer.
Okay.
And we
Ye-
want to make sure that when you file this, that the county's going to accept it. And they're going to want it to be very clear. So the dotted lines and solid lines would really help.
Okay, dotted lines for lines that are going away, solid for lines that are staying. Both
And the new
addresses,
line.
both addresses to add Greenhall's address, right?
And then just get
And-
rid of that extra SBL number,
Oh, and get rid of that extra tax number. Okay.
right? Because that doesn't belong to Hoff. That's Greenhall's number.
Understood. No
right.
problem. You have the other things written down. Thank you. Great.
Okay,
No
and
problem.
I'll let anybody from the board jump in rather than go around the room. So if anybody has other comments or questions, go right ahead.
I mean, I'd say we could certify this contingent upon those minor detail changes. If Rick and Mary Lou, you are in agreement, it's pretty much a fully formed entity. As far as us certifying, as long as those map changes are,
Are you all guys okay with that portion by the right of way?
I'm not
I
okay
guess-
with the right of way the way it is, and so I don't want to certify with the right of way looking the way it looks.
It's just very hard to determine where they're actually, what they're actually doing on those particular lines. You know, the other ones, I think we can figure out, the dashed lines are better, but I find that part confusing myself, but it is a board decision.
So I'll just put it to the board. Anybody who wants to just certify tonight, I don't think we can put conditions in a certification letter and just
I'm
ask.
gonna have the surveyor, he'll do it tomorrow. Those changes are very, very easy. It's not gonna be an issue.
All right, so is the sense of the board to go ahead and certify tonight?
I
Based
think
on
what we
Mr.
would, I think we could authorize you, Rick, to certify it once you've seen those changes to your satisfaction.
I'm
I would-
fine with that if
I would
that's,
agree with Sam.
okay. Mary Lou, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Just make sure you put that in the motion.
So I'll make the motion, well, assuming no one else has anything else, but I move to authorize the chair to certify this lot line improvement contingent upon receiving updated maps with the changes enumerated a moment ago.
And I just need your authorization, Sam, to certify when I see the map.
Yeah, and authorizing you to certify
did.
it when you see and confirm that those changes have been made.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion?
I'll
Second.
second.
That.
Okay, Christine, pick a name. That sounded like Gamery, I'm not sure.
It was me.
Any discussion on the point? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so ordered. And so we'll do that, Mr. Russ, and,
Thank you.
all right, you
Very
can get in
much.
touch with me through the building department, or I'll get in touch with you, but I'm around tomorrow afternoon and I can sign the map tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you all very much. And I'll have John make those changes tomorrow and get the maps to you. And thank you. I appreciate
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Russ.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Griffith. And, okay, there we go. Is there anybody here representing Griffiths?
That would be me.
There's Heather, okay. All right, what we have tonight is a public hearing. If you remember, this was a lot line, but it was to a major subdivision. So it became a major subdivision. Just to give you some additional notes, I don't know if you saw this on the Google Drive, but I went back to some of the old maps with Heather. She provided me with a set of old maps from 2004 and 2006. And there was some concern about some archaeological sites on a few of these properties, few of these individual lots. in a subsequent map that Heather provided me with, and which should be on the Google Drive, may not be because Nicole is out, but on a subsequent map that she provided me with, it was very plainly indicated on the map that the archaeological sites which were being maintained by SHPO, they wanted those sites retained as archaeological. They gave them up, if you would, and there was a letter on file that we have, and the letter was signed by the general counsel for SHPO, and it was done somewhere, Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, 2006, something like that.
Yeah.
But there is a letter on file that they relinquished control, if you would, and then a new map was drawn without those archaeological sites. So in consultation with Mary Lou, she assured me that that's valid. It came right from the general counsel of SHPO from that time period, 2006 or 7. So that was the only anomaly. And now I'm going to show my ignorance of seeker, and that's why I'm going to training at the end of the month. Mary Lou, do we need to do seeker on this because it wound up as a major subdivision?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's real. Christina, do you happen to have the seeker form there?
But Rick, this is another situation where this is another one where we have a private road, which in theory that Mary Lou, we have 3 of these tonight, I believe, where they are major subdivisions on private roads. So our code states that everybody else has to say they're okay with making a change to their private road because all the people on this private subdivision own this road. We don't control it. So a letter needs to be sent out that says, are you okay with, this is basically a lot line, with doing this? I'm sure everybody will say it's okay. So we can't do seeker because we don't have complete information to be able to do seeker.
I don't think that would affect the environmental impact, whether they approve or not. I think you can do seeker. You might have to hold the public hearing open. But let me just look here.
I mean, we could do seeker, but it doesn't move anything forward because you still have to, Heather, don't do the like angry hands on your head.
Well, we can do the public hearing, close the public hearing. We can't make a decision unless you think, Maren, it would relate to the public hearing. I guess it could.
And you have to do seeker before. You have to do seeker before you open the public hearing.
Right.
You have to do seeker before you open the public hearing. Exactly. For all subdivisions, everybody's got to put a tattoo. You have to do seeker before any subdivision. So yes, there's no environmental issue perhaps here, but maybe somebody says, no, I don't want you to do this because I don't know what. I'm just running through the process.
Can I interject here? It's the same number of lots. It's still the same lots that are accessing the same road. So I'm not sure why it matters. There's no additional cars. It's just the names on the deeds that are changing, that are accessing this road. This whole provision in the code kind of blows my mind.
We have to deal with whatever provisions in the code.
Exactly.
If it blows your mind and if it blows our minds, Heather. But
okay.
Maren, off the top of your head, do you know the code section? I have lots of things opened on my other computer. So.
No, I am not in a good.
Okay, that's all right.
So, Mary Lou, you're asking for this section of the law where it talks about
getting the permission of the other.
Oh, I don't have that up either.
Yeah.
I did see something in that. I don't have the citation here, but it's the lots that are involved in this action, not every applicant that is involved in the subdivision, from what I understand.
My recollection is it's all owners within the subdivision. So
My recollection, it's all owners within the subdivision also. Now, it might be harebrained, I agree, but.
Right, the planning board doesn't get to pick and choose.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't
Mary Lou,
get to.
So
we don't
how do
get
we
to-
deal with this then? Am I supposed to send out a form letter to every owner in the subdivision
so-
and then?
All right, here we go. Mary Lou, it
Yes.
sounds to me, the way we're going to deal with it is follows. We're going to do seeker. I hope, Maren, you have an available short form there. I can't find mine and Nicole is out. But in any case, what we're going to do is we're going to do seeker. And Mary Lou, you're going to research in the same way that you're doing the research for the Shanglu. You're going to research this issue of, do we need the approval of everybody on this private road? And it's the private road services this subdivision. So I do think, from what I heard from Mary Lou, we can do seeker. We can open the public hearing. And if there's new information provided, if we have to go through this private road approval, then we can reopen seeker. But I don't know that getting the approval of private road owners or participants is going to affect seeker. Mary Lou, could you comment on that? And everybody else, let's just sit
Nope.
tight.
No, I agree. You can do seeker, open the public hearing. I'm going to try and find this section while listening to the public hearing, which of course I say that and then no one will show up, so I won't have time.
Oh, Sam, thank you. You're a lifesaver.
Yeah, I don't have a printed version to fill out.
That's fine. So let me do this. Let me, we'll go through this first. Keep me honest here, Mary Lou. This is the part 2 of the short form. And I'll go through each one of the 11 items and make a decision here on whether it's a no or small impact or moderate to large impact. And then we'll go forward with determining what kind of seeker classification this falls into. So the first item, number 1, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adapted land use plan or zoning regulation? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land? No or small impact. There's no additional lots being created. Will the proposed action impair the quality or character of the existing community? No or small impact. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that caused the establishment of a critical environmental area? This is not a critical environmental area, so no. 5, will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? No or small impact. 6, will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? No or small impact. Will the proposed 7, will the proposed action impact existing public-private water supplies? No. Will it impact existing public-private wastewater treatment utilities? No. 8, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historical, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? Mary Lou, in the light of the letter from SHPO that I have in my possession, I would say that that's a no.
I agree.
Okay. 9, will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources? No. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No. Will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? No. Sam, could you go to the next page?
So you're not going to have anything for,
We have nothing that's moderate or large
part-
impact.
right. So you can go down to the bottom of that page, Sam.
Yep, Sam, scroll down to the bottom. So I've determined, or we've determined, second box, check this box if you have determined, based on the information and analysis above, and any supporting documentation, that the proposed action will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts. So I'm checking that box. Christina, as an aside, would you make a note that I have to fill this out tomorrow and sign it? So just make a note for me that we can discuss tomorrow. one of
Okay.
many that you'll be making. Uh,
Okay,
So Mary Lou, at this point, I'm gonna make a determination that this is an unlisted, uncoordinated action under seeker. Do you concur?
And a negative declaration.
And
You
make
can
a
do
a
them all in
negative
one
declaration.
motion. That needs to be a motion with a
I'll make
second.
that
and roll
motion.
call
It's-
vote.
I'll make the motion. I'm looking for a second.
I'll
I'll
second.
second that, Rick.
I think that was Mark. Do I have a second? Any discussion on the point?
No.
Hearing no discussion. Christina, this is a roll call vote that you have to record.
mhm.
So would you proceed?
Yeah, Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Zarowski,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Lindstrom,
Yep.
Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Grasso,
Yes.
Ms. Maloney.
Okay, the ayes have it. So the motion passes. And Mary Lou, I think that's it with seeker.
That's it.
Okay,
And now before you open the public hearing, so I've looked and it is in the definition of re-subdivision of lands. And it says, if parcels involved, if a parcel or parcels involved are owned by more than one party, or if rights have been given to others, all parties involved must be co-applicants or agree to the re-subdivision. So no, the private road isn't being changed.
all right.
What's being changed is the size of the lots. Are the driveways remaining in the same places, Heather?
Yes,
So there's really no change that is going to affect anyone else. If the parcels are owned by more than one party, or if rights have been given to others, there's no rights being taken away. I think you're okay without getting everyone's permission on this one.
and so we can
When
talk
people
about,
are making completely new lots, so you're gonna have an extra person using the road, when they're doing a totally new lot, that's a different situation, because then you have another driveway coming in and you have more traffic on the road. But in this case, it's just moving the line, correct?
that's how I see it. And so I think we're okay.
I think that you can interpret that to mean that the rights that other people have been given aren't being changed at all. So I think you can go forward.
And Mary Lou, you and I can talk tomorrow about the Han. It sounds like that might apply
Yep,
to that
it's-
as well.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
but I
and
don't
I'm
wanna
sorry I
take up-
didn't. Yep,
I don't
absolutely.
want to take the time right now. We can talk about it tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
Welcome.
I'm now going to open up the public hearing on this proposed lot line change. Rules of the road, tiny rules of the road. Whoever has a comment to make,
Rick?
keep it to 5 to 7 minutes.
Rick?
Yes,
Sorry to interrupt, but there's no notification to anybody that there's gonna be a public hearing for this.
Yeah. It's
What?
next
It
time.
went,
there
It was-
was.
It
It
was
was noted.
notified.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, it was noticed.
Okay,
was
all
noticed.
right, thank you.
Yeah, it was noticed by Nicole. I don't know that they're up on the drive. No, it was noticed.
okay, so
Uh-huh.
I'm just gonna run through names of non-board members for the public hearing, just to make sure anyone who wants to speak can. And if I say your name and you want to speak, just unmute yourself. And I
Okay,
think some of
Stan,
these
let-
people are, yeah.
Let Rick finish his ground
Oh,
rules
sorry.
about how long you can speak
Just
and
about
things like
finished.
that. Thanks.
Let's keep the comments less than a half hour and somewhere around 5 minutes. And please address the board, although in this case, since it's you're looking at a screen, you'll be addressing the screen. And just be courteous in terms of your comments. Thank you.
Okay, and if I say your name and you have nothing to say, you can just stay muted and not say anything. We don't have to
Sam,
have
for the
you
order
say
of the
no.
room, you might want to tell them to Alt-A takes you off of mute on your keyboard.
Thank you, Mark. So I've got Thomas McCarthy,
Yes.
Mavis. Do you have something to say?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Mavis Harris, Carlene's iPhone, Christian's iPad, Christina Ferrara, Dan Brooks, Ira Stern.
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, great.
Who is that that's speaking?
Thanks. My name is Ira Stern. I live across the Rondout Creek, just downstream from this property. And my wife and I have lived here since 1987 and just wanted to, participate in this public hearing and just make a couple of points and have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. First, I just wanted to point out that this part of the Rondout Creek is the same stretch of river that the DeJager Realty subdivision is. That's just downstream from my property upstream. This is upstream. And I just wanted to point that out because this part of the Rondout is very well protected, teeming with wildlife. There are hardly any houses in this area. And when my wife and I bought our property, we donated a conservation easement to the Rondout Esopus Land Conservancy just to make sure that this river corridor didn't have houses right on the river. So we just wanted to kind of just point that out to the planning board that there's a very sensitive part of our town. And anything that's done in this area should be scrutinized as you're doing very well, I think. And so I wanted to just point out that this is located in that area. Some of the discussion just earlier about Peninsula Lane, the DeJager subdivision seems to be proposing to connect Peninsula Lane to Lucas Turnpike, which is something that we think would be the wrong thing to do, but that does maybe affect this road and this subdivision potentially. But you also said that the SHPO designation is now lifted. On the original subdivision map for Peninsula Lane, the house sites were located around the archaeological restrictions. So I wanted to know, is the house site that was in the previous subdivision, is that being changed? Because this map looks different than the original subdivision map. So I was kind of curious about whether the house site is changing. And it's important because it's the location of the house will affect the river. It also will affect the views from Towpath Road. If we all love the mountain view from Towpath Road looking across the fields. This lot is right in that view. So I guess I was wanting to know if the house site changes at all with this lot line adjustment, and so I would leave it at that. And thank you for the opportunity.
So let me address. Those are good comments. And normally, public hearing, we don't, we try to steer away from Q&A, but those are real good questions. So let me just quickly respond. The DeJager project is proposing a conservation easement, a pretty large one of some 50 some odd acres. So almost half of the property is going to be held in a conservation easement under a homeowners association. I don't know all the details yet of the permissibility of that project hooking into Peninsula Lane, which is has a few people living on it and is maintained by those residents. I'm led to believe that legally they have a right to extend their road into the Peninsula Lane road, but we haven't gotten close to that issue yet with that project. So I would ask you to stay tuned to that and be part of the meeting. On the issue of SHPO, I'm going to defer a little bit. Well, first, Sam, there should be another map there, but it may not be. There was one from 2006 and then another one from 2008. And again, Nicole may not have had a chance to put it up on the Google Drive because she was ill. But Mr. Stern, I looked at the maps, and I'm gonna let Heather also comment. When I looked at the maps, I picked up on the same thing. Those maps, one of those maps didn't bear any relationship to this map. And so, okay, there's an old map. And you see there, you'll see there two trapezoidal oriented right there, and one a little bit further up. Those are the archaeological sites. There you go. Thanks, Sam. Those are
Right.
the archaeological sites. That map is from 2006. There's another, and when I saw that, I said, this bears no relationship to what we were looking at before. And I asked
Right,
the
because the house site, I'm sorry, the house site is above that SHPO quadrangle there. So it looks to me like the house site now has gone down towards the creek, which is a concern of ours.
And so
Sorry to
the
interrupt you.
second map, Mr. Stern, there's a second map that I don't know if it's up there yet, but I can certainly share it with you. But no, that's the map we were looking at before, Sam. So there's another map in there from 2008, which actually was approved by this board back in 2008, where they changed the orientation of the road that accessed all the sites, changed the orientation of some of the house sites, and indicated that SHPO was no longer interested in preserving those two archaeological sites. But since that map's not up here for me to show you, you can take what I just said with a grain of salt, because I can't prove it. I don't have the map here. But Heather, you and I had a vigorous discussion about this. Can you comment? Heather,
I can. I
Go
don't
ahead.
have the 2008 map on my drive right now, but I do have the 2006 that has that letter from SHPO saying that they are no longer interested in that area. And I'm not sure what conspired. It may have been a couple of arrowheads that they collected and then put, disseminated out to whomever they may be responsible for. I don't know how it happened, but bottom line is they released their authority over that section. The house is where it is in those approved plans subsequent to that. And this lot line adjustment has not changed any of those approvals. The only thing that has changed in this application is the division line between the two lots. The house, the septic, all of the approvals are the same as they were.
So Ira, the map that's missing is the 2008 one. And if you want to pop down to the planning board office, I'd be happy to show you that map that I have. I apologize, it's not up on the Google Drive.
No, that's
What's
okay.
the
I mean,
purpose of
because
this again?
between-
Hang on a second, whoever, Ira, what'd you say?
I was saying between the 2006 map, or even I think there was a 2004 map, it shows the house site in a totally different place. So I'm confused as to when this house site changed, because it was up higher and further away from the creek. And that's really what we're looking for, is a buffer from the Rondout Creek. So it looks like on this map now, the house site is down closer to the creek. And I don't understand when the planning board changed the house site in the subdivision approval. Are you saying that was in 2008?
I think,
Heather,
Rick,
do you
I think as just a point of order, we should move on, and this is getting much more in depth than I know I'm comfortable with. I think the comment has been registered, and maybe there's board discussion later, but I think we should probably move on unless
Okay.
Mr. Stern has anything additional to say.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I just would like to know, would like to know if my question could be answered at some point, and I'd be happy to come to the planning board if that would be the better way.
Well, I'm sure we can answer your question. The board, at the end of the public hearing, the board needs to discuss it all. You'll be here to listen to that, and then the board may or may not approve this. They themselves may
Okay.
want to see more maps. So,
I mean,
Okay.
it seems to me there's a lot of open questions. There's no existing houses on these sites, correct, Heather? This is
Maren,
just.
let's wait until we get to the end of the public hearing. Anybody else for the public hearing?
Okay, so I've got Christian Wolf, Christina Ferrara, Dan Brooks, someone named Jeremy, Qatar Elma Salema. These all look like Robert Frisch,
That's an applicant.
Tina Campt.
Hi.
And then hi, did you have a comment?
Yes.
Great.
Hi, I'm Tina.
Hi,
This is
I'm
William.
William.
This is our first planning board meeting, and so yay. We're just delighted to be here and delighted to actually be able to follow the process. We just wanted to follow up on Ira's comments. And again, really learning about how this works and really appreciating the opportunity to just be able to listen and understand the process. But the different maps that you're talking about, we would appreciate you considering that in your conversation. And the one question that I had, again, it's again public comment, is some of the questions that you checked off in the form that you read through. I was wondering about how they are influenced by the proximity of the new proximity of the houses to the river. So questions of erosions, questions of impact. So in the previous map, to me, that seemed quite not necessarily an issue, but I'm just looking, the new map and when the new map came into being and when the houses moved, I guess that I got confused through that. So the comment is simply about like when you are discussing in amongst the planning board members, if you could really think through what the new proximity, how that impacts some of the ways in which you were signing off on that, the form, the checklist. It's like, it was totally revelation, really happy to be here. And that's all.
And we will have, I'm sure, a lively discussion amongst the board, but what we're having the public hearing on is the lot line change. And the lot line change is not changing anything in terms of the house site. Having said that, your comment is well taken. How did the house site change between this map and the map from 2004 or 2006? Not germane to this particular lot line change, because for sure this new house site, new old house site, was done in previous year maps. All right, so therefore it doesn't. Anyway, so enough said. Let me go on to the next comment. Your comment is very important, as was Ira's. Let me go on to the next comment, if there are any, and then the board can leave the public hearing open. It can do a number of things after our discussion. So, anybody else? Thank you.
Yeah, there was one person who's just calling in from a phone, and I don't know how to unmute if you're on your phone, but if you're here to comment, now's your chance. Otherwise, I think I read everyone's name and I believe everyone has commented. Unless there's anyone who's here to comment, now's your chance to unmute yourself and speak up.
Okay. There being none, I think what I'm going to do is open the floor now to only the board. I'll come back to you, Heather, if you have some answers to some of these things, but my own comment about the only comment I'll make
well,
for a little while.
We have to close the public hearing, at least for the moment.
Well, you have to decide whether to close.
We have to
the public
decide.
hearing.
We could leave it open.
Well, I'll entertain a motion one way or the other.
I move to close the public comment.
Do I have a second? Not hearing a second.
I second.
You got one.
Anne-Marie seconds. Any discussion on the motion?
I just want to explain the reason I'm saying to close the public comment is I hear what the two commenters have to say, and I appreciate and understand their concerns. However, I don't think that any of that is directly relevant to the action that the board is being tasked with at this point. Home sites aren't part of this, and the proximity, you know, none of it is part of what we're actually being asked to do by the applicant. So I didn't hear any additional information that's directly related to the action we're taking. That's why I'm moving to end the public hearings.
Okay, I'm gonna go around the room. Patrick, do you have any comments?
I have reservations about some of the questions that were raised, but I agree with Sam.
Okay, Anne Marie?
No, I'm good, but I see that Iris Stern is raising their hand.
This period of time is just for the board to discuss whether to
No, I
open or
got you. I
close.
just want to make sure you saw that.
No,
I
I
have nothing.
appreciate that.
I have
Mark?
nothing.
Mark, do you have any comment on the motion?
Yeah, I agree with Patrick. I think that I have some reservation in closing the public hearing just due to the comments that were brought in tonight. I think it would be nice to see the map, but regardless, I do agree with Sam. We are being tasked with something that has nothing to do with that. So,
Okay, Maren? Thank you, Mark. Maren?
She,
I could just
there
interject
she is.
and, oh, sorry.
Hang on, Heather. Maren?
I think Mara may have gotten kicked out momentarily. I'm not sure that she's actually currently in the meeting. I'm just scanning.
Yeah, I don't see
Oh no,
her
she's
either.
there. It says she's there.
Oh, there she is. She's
Maren,
on
do you
mute.
have Maren, we have a motion on the floor in a second to close the public hearing. I'm going around the table to get commentary, and then we'll vote on that. Do you have a comment, Maren?
I did get, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
We
hear
hear
you.
you now.
I did get kicked out, so I'm basically abstaining because I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, okay.
I was kicked out. I lost internet connectivity and I'm trying to reestablish, so.
All right, Maren.
I'm
Zorian?
abstaining.
I am not objecting in closing public meeting, but I think regardless of that, it's still responsibility of the planning board to verify, because this map becomes essentially the final document. So we need to make sure that the issues that were brought up by commenters to the public meeting, that location of the house hasn't changed from a previous revision. And I don't think we can proceed any further in terms of approving this. We need to make sure that location of the house on this map are exactly the same as in the previous one.
Okay. Mary Lou, let me ask you a question. If we close the public hearing, we have 60 days to make a decision?
I believe it's 62. I just
62, yeah.
want to comment that all you're really approving or denying is the lot line change. These are proposed locations for houses. Approving this lot line change does not mean the houses have to go right there. You're not, it shows that there's room for septic, there's room for water, there's room for septic reserve. But just because the proposed houses are on this map does not mean that those houses have to be in those locations. When somebody's ready to build, they'll go to the building department, may very well be in these locations, likely will be, but they may want to change it for some reason, and then the building department will have to determine whether the new location meets all the criteria for setbacks, making sure it's outside of the riparian buffer or any floodplains and things like that. So I most definitely understand the neighbors' concerns, but you are not approving the house locations if you should move forward with this.
And to Mary Lou's point, everybody on the board should, I think, realizes that unless there was a provision in the original plan that the house site on the map is exactly where the house site needs to go, we've done that on a number of occasions, or we've set limits of disturbance, then the house site can move around. And on this map, it looks like it can move around, but clearly it can't move around in quite a number of areas because of the topography. And go ahead, Sam.
I was just saying, it's a subtle distinction and it's hard to totally explain, but when we do subdivision approvals and there's home sites and septic locations indicated, what that is demonstrating is the plausibility and the viability within the constraints of the parcel for the parcel to be developed for that use. And what Mary Lou is saying is once the lines are approved, which is all that the planning board is ever approving in a subdivision, is the lines between the parcels. Once those lines are approved, a homeowner can build a site, or a parcel owner can build a home and install their septic wherever they're able to obtain building permits and septic permits. So the question of where the home site will be, for me, it's A, it's not related to what we're being asked to do here, and B, where it's been indicated on a map, either that we're being shown today or that was shown in the past, does not constrain the parcel owner from where they build their lot, their house. And I know it's kind of a complicated, subtle point, but that's, the comments were related to that, and that's not directly what we're doing here.
And just to take, thanks, Sam, that was perfect. And just to take up more time on something unrelated to what we're voting on, but to take more time, and just a reminder to everybody that in the Cusack subdivision, we did pretty much limit where the houses could go. And that was because of the limitations of the property, frankly. And the same for some others that we may have coming up. But in any case, so we have a motion on the floor to close the public hearing that was made by Sam. It was seconded, I believe, by Anne Marie. And I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of closing the public hearing on this matter
You might
dealing
want
with
to
the
do a
lot line?
roll call on this one, Rick, because it sounded like we had perhaps some different opinions, and it's hard on Zoom to know exactly who's replying aye and nay.
Okay. Chrissy,
Roll call.
Christina,
Yep,
would you do a roll call?
absolutely. So Rick Jones,
Yes, to close the
Sam
public hearing.
Zarowski,
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Ms.
Patrick?
Lindstrom.
I abstain. I'm a little lost here.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. I said yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pinsky,
Yes.
Mr. Grasso,
Yes.
and Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you all. That's the closing. I'm actually, Mary Lou, correct me procedurally. I believe we have a decision that could be read. I'm actually of the mind of holding off on the decision until our next meeting, until the board has an opportunity, and I realize that sort of contradicts you to what we just did because we're dealing with a lot line. But I think it's important that the board review those other maps which didn't make it to the Google Drive before we make a decision on this. Mary Lou, is that within my
Yeah,
pages?
yeah, if somebody wants to make a motion tonight, they can, and if not, you have 62 days.
Okay, so I'm going to make that motion that we defer a decision.
Yeah, you can
Until
just
our next-
table it. You don't
We can just
need a
table, we don't
motion.
have to, yeah.
You don't need
Okay.
a motion. I meant a motion to make a decision. So if
So I'm going to
it's
table this.
approve or deny, you can just table it till next month if
I'm
everybody
going to
wants.
table this till next month. And that's that. Okay, and all the people who, and so Heather, I don't know why it didn't get up on the Google Drive. I know you sent it to me and I think it got stuck in between Nicole being out. So I'll touch base with you tomorrow just to get another copy of it and we'll put it up on the Google Drive. And for those members of
Bring
the,
up my email that I sent to you. I mean, it's
yeah, I
attached
have
to my
that,
email.
but be honest with you, I don't have X.
I
I
do
don't-
though, if I could show you. I could
Yeah,
send it to
let's-
everybody in the board. I don't know. I just,
No.
you know me, I
let's wait.
hate postponing things. If we could take
Let's
care of it
wait
now,
till
I want to
next-
take care of it now.
Let's wait till next, you're done on this. Thank you, Heather, for tabling it. And for anybody from the public that wants to see these maps, you can get in touch with the planning board office and I'd be happy to sit down and go over those maps with you. out of the context of an official meeting. We could just do it informally. Mary Lou, I presume that doesn't create any issue?
Well, I mean, the public hearing is closed. They can foil it. They don't have to meet with you, Rick. If they
Okay.
want to look at the map, it's a public record.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding me about the FOIL process.
Much easier than just sitting down with everyone who has a question.
All right, so we're done with that. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, everybody, for your public comments. The next project on the docket, be a chance to sort through my folders here,
Norman.
is Mr. Norman.
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you?
Great.
Good. I hope you've been enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're doing tonight is the decision. Last month we had the public hearing. Public hearing was closed, and tonight I have a decision. Sam, would you put that decision up on the screen? All right. So let me. Okay, now I can read it. I had to move some things around here. So Sam, you're the only one who can scroll through this, right?
Yeah, though, if you want to open it in your own tab, you know, just yourself and kind of minimize your Zoom, I can scroll along with you instead of you reading along with me.
I think I'll read along with you because when you brought up this screen, it mucked up and confused me as to how to get access to my own file. So when we
Sure.
when
Do
we
you want
take
me
the-
to, let me know if you want me to read anything, if that makes it easier, if it's
I
too
will,
hard.
and I'm going to skip some sections as we have in the past. Stop right there, Sam. Hold it. Come back up. So I just want to read the title information, and then we'll go down to the findings. So this is an approval for Alina and Martyr Norman. It's a 2-lot minor subdivision. It's located on Van Tyne Road in Accord. And as I mentioned, both lots, one lot is going to be remain at 27 acres, and the second lot is going to be 5 acres, which brings us up to the total of 32, which the original property was. Sam, if we can scroll down to, and by the way, it's in the R5 zoning district. If you could scroll down to the findings. I'm gonna- for the findings. Findings of the planning board. The planning board received a zoning referral and determination letter for a minor subdivision from the code enforcement officer. The applicant proposes a division of 32 acres into lot 1 of 27.3 acres and lot 2 of 5 acres. 3, the applicant met with the planning board and presented the subdivision map for review. The board discussed and reviewed the proposed subdivision and requested additional information, map details and some map corrections. We requested a deed, aerial photo of the parcel, setbacks, right-of-way access, additional topographical details, the addition of DEC forest layers, the location of existing and proposed structures and driveways. 4, the parcel is in the R5 zoning district, Rochester R5, as well as the rural conservation zoning district, or it is the rural conservation zoning district. It's intended to preserve large open areas of the town that are difficult to develop while allowing for both very low density residential development. The existing plat is filed with the Ulster County Clerk. Scroll down, Sam, so I can get to number 6. Thank you. 6, the current use of the parcel is vacant woodlands. The parcel is flat to rolling woodlands with minor clearing and disturbance on proposed lot 2, where there is an existing concrete slab, septic well and driveway. Proposed lot 1 is wooded and wetlands. Proposed lot 1 has access solely by right-of-way and must cross the DEC regulated stream at all points for access. The applicant contacted the DEC at the request of the planning board to determine if DEC stream crossing would be possible. The DEC conducted a site visit and determined that access to the vacant land by ATV would be permitted under current conditions, but a DEC stream crossing permit and appropriate DEC approved culvert would be necessary if a driveway was constructed. So in other words, quite a bit of work to get a driveway there. The proposed right-of-way accesses an old woods road and minimizes disturbance to the existing woodlands. DEC permitting shall be a condition of approval. Lot 1 requires well and septic. The applicant procured certified engineering plans for a new well and septic on Lot 1. Both lots contain significant riparian buffer lands to the existing stream. The proposed location for a single-family home on Lot 1 is outside of the riparian buffer area, and the existing concrete slab of proposed house location for Lot 2 are within the riparian buffer, but are as far from the stream and wetlands buffer as is possible on the lot and still respect yard setbacks. 7, the applicant was determined to meet the requirements of an unlisted seeker action. A negative declaration was determined upon review. 8, public hearing was held. Members of the public stated that the well situation in this area was tenuous, and they have to be as often or have been obligated to dig wells in excess of 475 feet, and that their water is further affected by dry conditions. This was noted by the planning board and should be noted for any further future subdivision, which shall be considered a major subdivision by code. The board reviewed if the proposed lot has safe and legal access. Lot 2 has adequate, namely 50-foot frontage on the town highway. Lot 1 has deeded rights for access. The attorney for the town reviewed the deed and determined the right-of-way to be legal and sufficient. Parcels in the R5 zoning district. And upon review, the board concludes that the 2 proposed parcels meet or exceed the bulk standard requirements for the R5 zoning district. 11, the board reviewed if the proposed lots could support water and septic. Lot 1 has a certified waste disposal plan for water and septic. Lot 2 has existing water and septic. Draft findings were prepared by the chair and were read and discussed by the planning board in a public meeting at the time of adoption. Is there any comment by the board on these findings? I'll entertain a motion from the board to approve these findings. And I'll entertain that motion.
I'll make the motion.
Patrick, second.
Approve.
I need a
second.
second. Was that Mark? Mark seconds.
Yes.
Any comments? Therefore, with no comments, all in favor signify by aye.
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 Anybody opposed? No opposition. The motion passes. And this is motion for findings adopted on tonight, this January 10th. Furthermore, resolve the Town of Rochester Planning Board grants minor subdivision conditional final approval permitting the subdivision of land situated at 217 Van Tyne Road, Accord, New York. The subdivision plan dated, Sam, I usually have the subdivision in front of me.
Today is January 10th, 2022.
Is that the date on the subdivision plan?
Oh, sorry. I could pull it up, but I would have to, hold on. I'll pull it up in
No, don't do that. I
my
have
other
the-
view.
Hold on.
I won't put it on the Google board. I'll just, hold on.
Dated September. Well, the last one that I have is September 9th, 2021. Sam, is that consistent with yours?
I have, I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that to be right. I can check it tomorrow. Sam is twisting his head because the plan is sideways on me.
Yeah.
It's dated
I wanna see it
10/1
stand.
on our end, but that's, so that makes sense that it would be September 29th. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So subdivision plan dated September 9th, 2021.
29th, you said.
29th. No, I think I said the 9th. Hold on, sorry.
There's one that was uploaded to the drive on 10/1.
Okay, so September 29th.
Yeah.
Conditions of approval. All fees due to the town of Rochester involved in this application shall be paid in full prior to the chair's signature on the final plat. Applicant shall present a final plat for signature. The final plat shall show updated plan revision dates. The following plat note shall be included on the recorded final plat map. 1, any further subdivision shall be treated as a major subdivision under TOR subdivision law 125-12. 2, this property contains a New York State regulated stream. For as long as any portion of the property described in this deed is subject to regulation under Article 15, protection of waters of the Environmental Conservation Law of the state of New York, there shall be no regulated activity as defined by Article 15 of this law on this property within the bed or banks of this stream at any time without first having secured the necessary permission and permit required pursuant to the above noted Article 15 from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. This restriction shall bind the grantees, their successors, and assignees, and shall be expressly set forth in all subsequent deeds to this property. 3, Sam, could you move it down a little?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Subdivision shall adhere to TOR subdivision law 125, 21, and 22, general site requirements and subdivision design, specifically 125, 21, D, E, and H, and 125, 22, A, 1, 4, 8, 11, and 12. All required local, county, state, or federal permits shall be secured for the current and future use of these lands, specifically local driveway permits. Sam, move down again, or up rather. This conditional final approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date unless the final plat is presented and signed by the chair. This period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods upon application to and resolution by the Town of Rochester Planning Board. The Town of Rochester Planning Board further grants minor subdivision conditional final approval, permitting the subdivision of lands upon satisfactory completion of the conditions of approval 1 through 3, and grants the authority to the chair to certify that the conditions have been met and reviewed, sign and date the plat without further resolution at such time that the plat is reviewed by the chair. Effective approval, the owner shall file in the office of the Ulster County Clerk such approved plat bearing the chair's signature and any other related documents within 62 days from the date of signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law, Section 276. The owner shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the filed plat and any other related documents to the Town of Rochester Planning Board within 30 days of such filing. So I will accept a motion to approve conditional subdivision approval.
I'll make that motion.
Who is
I'll
that?
second it.
That's Maureen.
Maureen made the motion. Patrick second. Any discussion on the point?
Nope.
Okay, hearing no comments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion is carried, so ordered. Mr. Norman, you're done. And
Yeah,
all
okay.
that remains is to make sure that those conditions with those notes, and I think they're on the map already, or the final map. So that final map, 4 copies of the final map and 1 Mylar needs to be delivered to the planning board office for my signature, and then you can pick them up and file them with the county clerk.
Okay, so I just bring them to you. I already spoke with Bert. He's in sync. So and if he can do it this week, I can bring him down to you this week.
Okay,
All right.
that'd be good.
All right. That'd be fantastic. Thank
Okay.
you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aye.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Norman. All right, our next item on the agenda is Malatesta, Pagazzi, and Gentilucci. Quick, there's the map. And just a quick recap. I think everybody's familiar with this project. It's been in front of us for 6 or 7 months. And tonight is we did the public hearing. The public hearing was closed at our last meeting. And so we have the decision for the board's approval. Sam, would you bring up that final decision or that decision?
Yeah.
I have it on my screen too, but if you're already doing it, that's great.
Okay. So Sam, I am going to ask you, getting a little hoarse here. I'm going to ask you, and for the board, this decision was done by Liz. This is the first decision that she's written for us, and the formatting and I think the content is fine. I went over it with a fine-tooth comb. Of course, there's comments by you all before we vote on this if something's missing. Formatting, I'm open to other kinds of formatting, if you would, or changes. So this is a reading of the decision and a trial balloon, if you would, in terms of a new look and feel. The listing of all the documents reviewed, Liz put them all at the end. It's just a change in format. So whereas normally those would be listed close to the top, in this case, they're at the end, the last 2 pages. So I'd ask you to read this. It's the adoption of a resolution of January 10th of both findings and final conditions of approval for this project, number 2021-16. Subdivision, minus subdivision, of Malatis and Pagazzi. So Sam, could you read the, until you get tired?
Okay, so whereas an application for subdivision approval was submitted to the planning board for the project as follows. The application number is 2021-16. The application was submitted by Medenbach and Eggers, Civil Engineering and Land Surveying, PC, agent for Francesco Malatesta, Alessio Pagazzi, and Marco Gentilucci, the project sponsors. Project sponsor, wherever used herein, shall mean and is intended to mean the applicant as identified in the above referenced application, its successors in interest or assignees as may be appropriate. The property for this proposal is identified as tax map parcel number 67.0-1-6, consisting of 57.8 acres located at 85 Baker Road in the AR3 zoning district in the town of Rochester. The proposal involves a request to subdivide the parcel into 3 lots for single-family home development, with resulting lot 1 being 19.2 acres, resulting lots 2 and 3 each being 19.3 acres. The site contains an existing dwelling, garage, well, and septic system with the driveway from Baker Road, which existing buildings and improvements will be located on proposed lot 2. Proposed lots 1 and 2 will share the existing driveway via a proposed right-of-way. A new driveway is proposed for lot 3. The applicant paid their application fees and deposited monies into an escrow account to cover the consultant charges for the review of the project in accordance with the current fee schedule and in agreement with the provisions of section 125-19 of the Town of Rochester Subdivision Code and section 140-63 of the Code of the Town of Rochester. The applicant submitted a number of drafts of drawings prepared by Medenbach and Eggers Civil Engineering as more fully listed at the end of this resolution. The application was accepted by the Planning Board of the Town of Rochester on March 29, 2021. The application was referred by the Planning Board to the Town of Rochester, the Planning Board of the Town of Rochester to the Town Consulting Planner and Engineer, Town Planning Board Attorney, the Town Highway Superintendent, and the Accord Fire Company. And whereas the action is an unlisted action pursuant to 6 New York CRR 617.4 and 617.5 of the implementing regulations pertaining to Article 8 of the Seeker of the Environmental Conservation Law, and the Planning Board concluded its review under Seeker by adopting a determination of non-significance, negative declaration, at its regular meeting on December 13th, 2021. And whereas the planning board reviewed the application and all supporting documentation and information pursuant to the standards and criteria for subdivision approval set forth in the code of the town of Rochester, Chapter 125, subdivision of land, and pertinent requirements and standards of Chapter 140 zoning. And whereas the project sponsor obtained Ulster County Department of Health approval for waste disposal systems on proposed lots 1 and 3 on August 9th, 2021. And whereas the planning board held a duly noticed public hearing on the completed application pursuant to Chapter 125, Section 125(12)F on December 13th, 2021, which was closed on December 13th, 2021. Now, there.
I can pick up the findings, Sam.
Okay, your audio is a little weird, so if it's too hard to hear you, I'll let you know.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Findings. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the planning board of the town of Rochester makes the following findings about this project. 1, the planning board received zoning determination and classification that the subdivision is located in an AR3 zoning district and is a minor subdivision per correspondence from the code enforcement officer received March 29th, 2021. 2, the proposed minor 3-lot subdivision, which would result in 2 new lots for single-family homes, was discussed at regular and workshop meetings of the planning board held on April 12th, December 13th, October 25th, November 8th, and December 13th, all of 2021, and tonight, January 10th, 2022, during which the planning board, its consultant, and the applicant's representative discussed the site's land use and natural features, including on-site federal wetland areas, an unnamed stream, meadow, and wooded areas, Ulster County habitat core areas, potential timber rattlesnake habitat areas, the site's topography, stormwater runoff concerns, and nearby agricultural district lands, and the possibility of a shared driveway for 3 lots. And 3, in response to materials set forward by the applicants, as well as the town's consultants, along with comments from the planning board, the board finds the following impacts and determinations based upon the most current plan set, last revised December 5th, 2021. These include A, that the site's 4 marked wetlands must be protected with a voluntary 100-foot buffer and corresponding plan notation. With a few exceptions, most land disturbance is proposed outside of the buffer areas. B, right to farm plan notation alerts future residents to the presence of nearby farms, their right to farm, the customary practice of farms. C, there's good reason to believe that timber rattlesnakes are present on this property and therefore care must be taken to ensure no disturbance or site work takes place from April 1st through April 31st without the temporary protective barrier as detailed in section 2.0 of the ecological study by Ecological Solutions done on 10/22/21. Notation is included on the plans which sets forth precautionary measures to address the potential for timber rattlesnake habitat in the upper reaches of the property or possibly near areas of proposed disturbance.
Hey, Rick?
Yeah.
Sorry, but you said April 31st, not October 31st.
Sorry, October 31st. That's what's written.
Yeah, April 31st doesn't exist.
I just looked it up. I wanted to see if you were paying attention.
Crowd, man, rough crowd.
Yeah, I'm still awake.
There will be no increase of runoff from this project over that which already exists as detailed in a letter from the applicant's engineers and consultants, Medenbach and Eggers, dated December 6, 2021. And E, project will require a road maintenance agreement between lots 1 and 2 and will be filed with the subdivision map that's filed with in the Ulster County Clerk's office. And F, the proposed lots will comply with the AR3 zoning district lot area and bulk requirements and pertinent subdivision design standards and requirements. These findings have been prepared by the board and read and discussed at the meeting of January 13th, 2022. The board hereby adopts these findings on January 13th, 2022 by the following vote.
January
first of all,
10th.
January 10th.
There's just a typo, yeah.
January 10th. Thank you, Sandra. I'll entertain a motion to approve these findings.
I'll make that motion with the edit of the date being changed to January 10th.
And
There's
also 3A should have said that the site's apostrophe S.
Okay.
And
So
a
I
little
move-
bit further
go
up,
ahead.
there's another typo where there's two words that are repeated. So it's
Yes, in the,
Where is that?
up, farther up, was on the first page.
it's way up at the beginning. Let me find it.
It's the fourth bullet down, second line after Baker Road.
Oh, I see that.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so I move that these findings be adopted with those
Rick,
3 edits.
I'm sorry. I got disconnected. I have a couple of comments about some typos as well.
In
Are
the
they
section
different
we've,
than the
sorry,
ones
in
you
the
said?
section that we've read already, you have comments?
Yeah, okay, on page 1, under whereas, when it says the proposed involved request to subdivide the parcel into 3 lots, then sentence, this site contains existing dwelling, garage, well, and septic system with a driveway from Baker Road, which existing buildings and improvement will be located on proposed lot 2. Sounds a little bit not straight English to me. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
It's correct grammar, but it is uncommon.
Okay,
It's convoluted.
right.
And
Okay,
it's concise. It's just it's technical language which we're not used to reading.
okay,
Sorry.
okay.
The entire
Then,
parcel
and-
has a house, and so I get what you're saying, Liz. I totally get it.
Heather, I'm gonna have to ask you to.
All right,
it's
All right,
time for the
then-
board to
then-
talk, not
then-
the applicant.
may I
Liz, are you
continue?
making-
May I continue?
Hang on, Sorian, hang on. Liz, are you making note of all these comments?
I have been making note. Did you want me to change the one that Zorian just read, or is that okay?
I want you to make notes and we'll worry about making the changes tomorrow.
Well, no, because you're
We have to
We're
decide.
voting on it.
voting
could
on it
change-
tonight, so
We could change the word which to the word these, which would make it, I think, a little more contemporary in its
Agreed.
syntax.
Okay.
Though no less correct, Liz. I appreciate.
No, it's
I
fine. It's
think
the
which
board's,
is, yeah.
it's the board's
All
document.
right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
you
you,
know,
Mary Lou. Sorian, what else?
on the same page, whereas it says it's with apostrophe. I think you already discussed it, right?
I
The
don't know
same
where you want to-
page?
The same page, whereas when it says of the environmental conservation law and then the planning board concluded its review under SECRA.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Get rid of the
Yeah.
apostrophe. That is
Yeah.
the second whereas from the bottom,
You got
correct?
it?
Got
And then second page, now therefore E is missing.
True.
Yes.
Now therefore, oh, gotcha. Good, good.
the second E,
Got it.
Yeah,
not the first or
and,
third.
and then 3A, it's kind of unclear. The title sites for marked wetlands must be protected with volunteer 100-foot, 100-feet buffer. If it's volunteer, how it could be must be? That's unclear to me.
Because we can't require them to do it, but they have volunteered to do it. So it's indicating that it's happening because it's voluntary, not because it's mandated. But since it has been volunteered, it is now mandated.
It could say shall be protected.
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say we have to use shall to make it stick.
Okay, make it shall.
Must is it's a must, a shall is a shall. Shall,
Okay,
you have to do it.
all right. And you already corrected January 13th to January 10th. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Okay, so now I move that we adopt these findings with all of the above discussed syntactical and grammatical amendments.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Patrick? All in favor? Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Unanimous. Findings are approved. I'll read the conditions. I need to
Can I
turn to you,
just
Sam.
ask one thing? I don't know if, I want to make sure I did this right, if I'm going to be doing the adopted version. So ayes is all, or how many is it? 7 that are there present tonight?
Yes, 7.
Nobody's absent. Motion by Sam, second by Patrick.
Yes.
Okay.
And further resolved that the Town of Rochester Planning Board hereby grants minor subdivision conditional final approval of the proposed 3-lot subdivision situated at 85 Baker Road, Hudson, New York, subject to satisfactory compliance with the following conditions. 1, the project sponsor shall reimburse the Town of Rochester for all costs incurred by the town for the review of the subdivision proposal. The final plat for this subdivision will not be stamped and signed by the planning board chair unless and until all appropriate costs incurred by the town for the customary and necessary review have been paid for by the applicant by either means of an escrow account established at the initial application stage or by check payable to the Town of Rochester. 2, the applicant shall present a final plat for signature with proof of satisfactory compliance with the comments in the CPL review letter of December 10th, numbered as follows and set forth below. So those items are: number 2, as per prior comments, it is recommended that the plan show and label the approximate limits of the proposed wooded areas that would remain after full lot development. This would also address the standard to retain woodlands to the extent practicable as per the subdivision regulations section 125-21D and 125-22A, 4, and 5. Number 6, regarding the requirements for minor subdivision applications and plans, revise the plan or add the following information to provide a more complete subdivision plan. A, as per prior comments, show and label wooded areas and/or stone walls to be retained on lot 3. B, regarding the proposed right-of-way, label the meets and bounds on the actual right-of-way. 7, the current submittal was reviewed as per the minor subdivision checklist in the Town of Rochester subdivision application packet. Address the following comments. As per prior comments, submitted a draft shared driveway agreement. I think we have that.
Sam, can we get, I think, Rick, you're talking like not in the direction of your mic.
Yeah.
Okay. How's that?
Sounding a little muffled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're reading
this
off a
stuff is going,
paper.
if this is going on record, it needs to be a little clearer.
You know what? I'm reading off my paper instead of the screen, so I'll read off the screen. Can you hear me now?
The screen, come reading off the screen is perfectly clear.
Okay, thanks. As per prior comments, add reference to a survey of the subject parcel, and regarding lot dimensions, revise the zoning requirements table to provide the actual proposed values for minimal lot width, lot depth, and frontage. Number 3, Sam, could you scroll down a little bit?
Yeah.
The applicant shall present a final plan for signature includes the following plan notes. A, driveway access and construction shall be as shown on the final subdivision plan. Any changes to location or grade from the approved plan shall require planning board approval. B, right to farm. This property may border a farm as defined in Chapter 75 of the Town of Rochester Code. Residents should be aware that farmers have the right to undertake farm practices which may generate dust, odor, smoke, noise, and vibrations, which may involve insecticides, herbicides, pesticides, etc. C, the third note that needs to be on the map, timber rattlesnake. The upper reaches of the property may contain foraging areas for timber rattlesnakes. As a precautionary measure, site work conducted between April 1st and October 31st will require the placement of temporary silt fencing, C sheet 2, that must be placed around the entire area of disturbance. D, no build area. In order to further protect the wetland area shown herein, there shall be no further development within 100 feet of the wetlands beyond that which is shown on this site plan. E, no further subdivision of this parcel is permitted without the prior approval of the planning board. F, lots 1 and 2 are subject to a road maintenance agreement to be filed at the Ulster County Clerk's Office in conjunction with this subdivision plan. G, shared driveway, the proposed 50-foot right-of-way shown shall be used in common by the owners of lot 1 and 2. This right-of-way shall be in effect and binding on owners of said lots, their heirs, successors, and assignees, and all future owners of said lots, their heirs, successors, and assignees, upon filing of this subdivision plat in the office of the Ulster County Clerk. Sam, could you scroll up? H, per the code of the town of Rochester, section 12529R2 and 140-10D2, the planning board approves the use of a shared driveway as shown on this plot to service no more than 2 single-family dwellings via access from a shared driveway through the establishment of a right-of-way. The shared driveway shall be utilized by no more than a total of 3 single-family dwellings or lots, including the lot it has access over. And finally, the final note, fire code, as per New York State Fire Code, a driveway over 500 feet in length must be accessible and able to hold a 75,000-pound, 30-foot long vehicle as determined by a licensed engineer, with facilities for turning around to be available within 100 feet of any structure. A driveway over 500 feet in length must have a minimum width of 20 feet.
Thank you.
And have a minimum vertical clearance of 15 feet. A driveway must be maintained free of all obstructions, such as trees, brush, posts, and gates, etc. 4, revised plan 1 of 2 to be entitled Final Plan Showing Subdivision of, followed by the names of Malatesta, Pegasi, and Gentilucci. The owner's consent block shall be signed and dated by the owners following the date of last revision and prior to the chair signing the plat. 6, the applicant shall submit a draft shared driveway agreement for review and approval by the planning board attorney, which shall be revised to the satisfaction of the planning board attorney before the plat is signed. 7, the finalized shared driveway agreement shall be filed in the office of the Ulster County Clerk simultaneously with the filing of the subdivision plat. 8, proof of satisfactory compliance with or resolution of all the above conditions must be provided before the plat is signed. 9, before any building permit shall be issued, the following additional conditions shall be met, and pertinent items shall be clearly shown on the building plot plans and verified by the code enforcement officer, building inspector. A, all required local, county, state, or federal permits shall be secured for the current and future use of these lands. B, plot plans with soil erosion and sediment control plans for grading shall be submitted for each plot before issuing building permits. And C, lot development, including the limits of disturbance for a lot, shall conform to the subdivision plan for each parcel. Any limit of disturbance for a lot shall not be increased from that shown on the subdivision plan without further planning board approval, and any stormwater mitigation as may be required by the town or the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. This conditional final approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date unless the final plat is presented and signed by the chairman. This period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods upon application to and resolution by the town of Rochester Planning Board. The effects of this approval, the owner shall file in the office of the Ulster County Clerk such approved plat bearing the chairman's signature and any other related documents within 62 days from the date of signature, or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law, Section 276. The owner shall have the responsibility to return 3 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of the filed plat and any other related documents to the Town of Rochester Planning Board within 30 days of such filing.
And I will mention that we do have the road maintenance agreement, and it is really well written. I was really happy. I needed a couple changes from the first one, and the attorney for these gentlemen, we discussed it along with Heather, and it's a great agreement. I admit that I will be using it.
Okay, good. I was saying we needed to update the template, and maybe that provides
Yeah, I think
some
I think
guidance.
we found our update, Heather. Thank you.
Okay,
Right.
so I'll entertain a motion to approve the conditions for approval of
I'll
approval.
make that motion, Mark.
Mark, second.
Second.
Anne Marie. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries tonight, January 10th, by a vote of 7-0. And that's it. Heather, your client has their approval. Okay, I think
Thank
we're
you,
done.
gentlemen. And Anne Marie, thank you so much for everything that's gone forth. I feel like we've clarified a lot of things going
Thank you,
forward.
Heather.
Welcome.
Okay,
Nice work, Liz.
Thank you. I'm glad it worked out. There was a lot of collaboration. I didn't do it by
We're,
myself. Takes a village.
we're a work in progress on this, and we'll get it. We'll make it better and make it there. But it works. This one worked. The next project is project DeForest subdivision. It's a minor subdivision.
Okay, watch me change scenes.
Okay. Thank you for that interlude, Heather.
Whose dog is that?
This is a 2.5 acre
It's
parcel
funny.
located on Sampson Hill Road, located in the R1 zoning district. And the applicant is proposing to subdivide, creating 2 lots. Lot number 1, as you can see on the plan, of 1.5 or 1.5 acres, and lot number 2 of 1.1 acres. That doesn't quite add up to 2.5. So
That's probably because I didn't check the title block. And once the surveyors get in there and they start digging, we tend to lose or gain hundreds of acres, based on tax maps.
well, in spite of the general opinion, I did like math, geometry, trigonometry, and calc. So we got to get it. It's either 2.6 or
Next map,
2.5.
it'll be good. If
Okay.
we're on preliminary plan, we'll tighten up the shit. Excuse me.
So Heather, is the applicant here or representing the applicant?
I am.
Okay, so I have a couple of items and then I'm going to go around the table for the board to comment. The first comment is previously when you saw this, we didn't think that we thought there was just 1 septic and 1 well for 2 lots. It turns out there's 2 septics and 1 well, and the applicant intends to drill an additional well. So we don't need, Mary Lou, any kind of shared well and septic agreement. So that makes it easier on the applicant and the board. Heather, we do need a deed. And some of these things you may have delivered to us and just got lost.
Okay,
Not lost,
sure.
but it hasn't been up on the Google Drive yet, but we need a deed.
Do you want the deed submitted as a regular
Yes.
course of action? Okay,
yes,
sure.
Is going to hear that repeated. Frequently,
sure.
Mary Lou needs the deed, or I have nothing else to do at night and I like to read them. We need topo on this, Heather. I know it's a flat piece of property, but we asked for topos on all minus.
I did have spot elevations because there really isn't a change of more than 2 feet on that.
I
that
saw
plan.
that.
So if you'd like more than that, I'm not
that's
sure.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hang on 1 second. Just going through my notes.
This might be the flattest piece of land in our area.
Exactly. It drops down off of the property line, but the parcel itself
I have no other comments right now, so I'm gonna go around the table. Mark, I'll start with you because you're the only board member who I can see. I have to expand my screen. So Mark, you have any comments?
No, so the proposed well, Rick, will be in prior to final approval. Is that true?
I'm gonna let Mary Lou address that.
Mary Lou, they're presenting, oh, you're on mute. I'm sorry. Mary Lou, you're on mute.
Mary Lou, the question is,
Sorry, yeah, no, I got it. Sorry about that. When somebody else's dog was barking, my dog overheard and started barking, so I went on mute, but we're okay now. Yeah, they'll have to show the well where it's gonna be, and they'll have to get their health department approval for that. But
when do we
this
need?
My
is
question
sketch.
is the well need to be installed before the approval or just
No,
before
no,
this?
no, no, no.
Okay,
No, we just need to see the location and the.
Yeah, so the location is on the map already. We see proposed well and the setbacks from the septic. So Rick, I have no more questions.
Okay, great.
Hey,
Mary Lou,
Rick.
just as an aside, Mary Lou, the well needs to be drilled before C of O?
Well, actually, do
Well,
we
it's
have
already
existing
occupied.
house? We have an existing house here already. So I guess here's a question for you, Heather. You know, we might actually need an agreement until the well is put in.
That's what
A
Maren
water
mentioned
agreement.
the last meeting. Maren mentioned that we either need a well in or we need an agreement until
Right.
it-
So if they want to put the well in later, which I can understand, it's winter time, then we're gonna need a temporary agreement for them to use the water, and it's gonna have to, you'll need an attorney to do that, to give the right to use the water and put in who's gonna maintain lines, because when you have a temporary one, that's when a line
Right.
bursts.
can we put a pause in this until the spring when they would want to drill the well? In fact, I think they could probably drill now. I mean, it's not like.
Well,
it's
so
not like
Heather,
it's a deep
it's up to
freezing
you
year.
guys before we give any kind of approval. You either have to have the well in or you have to have a shared well agreement. That'll be one of the.
Let's make the drill, because I know they are planning on drilling a well. So let's,
Right,
if we're gonna
so-
be drafting approvals, then let's put in the well before it'll be signed.
So we're,
Can I just bring up something, Rick?
What I would prefer is that.
Rick, can I bring up something?
yeah, who is that, Patrick?
Yeah, that's Patrick.
Okay,
Not every hole you put in the ground comes up with water.
Exactly.
that's why we're not gonna give approval until we get a
Well,
drilled well.
actually, this goes more to the point as to where the proposed well location is. It may very well end up, possibly anyway, that where you decide where that particular hole is designated may not be the one that you may get water out of.
Right. It is Clay Hill, mind you.
Right. I'm agreeing. I know I'm jumping the queue maybe a bit here, but if you throw in also, this is in the aquifer protection area, and we should show or make a map note. That this is in our aquifer protection overlay zone.
Can
And
I
then we-
ask, where is that shown? The aquifer protection area? Is that
It's
on our zoning?
on
map?
it's on the
Hang
town
on.
map.
On the
Okay.
zoning map.
All right.
On the zoning map. It's not the same thing, Heather, as like an aquifer you'd see on the Ulster County Planning.
That's what I was
Kind of
looking
parcel
at,
viewer.
yeah.
They have different
Okay.
ones than ours is partially that with extra areas that we knew were low well yield areas sort of thrown in. That was done in a previous study that we had at the town.
Yeah, it goes
But
back.
that's not posted anywhere online, right, as public information? That's part of that zoning information that I had.
It's on the map that it's not posted online per se with Mets and Bounds,
Mhm.
but it is on all of our zoning maps.
Okay.
Heather, I have a couple of extra maps. I'll sell them to you. I'll sell one of them to you for $5 so I can buy more.
Done.
So I guess
Great.
my only point was to go to Patrick's point that this area it has some well problems. So yeah,
Yeah.
the well, maybe they don't get a well. Maybe they can't get a well that's far enough away from the septic. They'll probably find one somewhere, but we probably should predicate the approval on the second lot or the separated lot having an actual real well that pulls real water out.
Right, and I think Heather was agreeing with that.
Yeah.
So, and you'll have
we
your
have enough
6 months, you'll have your 6 months to meet the conditions, so. As long as I can, if you're approved with that condition.
Yeah, but it sounds like Mary Lou, what she wants to do is to drill it before we give the approval, because otherwise she has to get, before we approve it, she has to get a shared well agreement.
That's what I want to avoid. So as long as we have time to say if they don't drill it in 3 months and they need another 6 months, as long as we can do that, I'm totally fine with it. We have that whole access to the road. We have all of that land to work with, so we can find a well.
As long as you understand, you have a couple of options here. What I also heard, what you need to put on the map is the overlay, and I will share that map, the overlay map. with
Okay,
you, but you
good.
need to
Because
put
yeah,
the
I don't think
actual-
I've,
Okay. All right, so Patrick, any others, any other comments?
Not at the moment.
Maren, any other thank you, Patrick. Maren?
Sorry, I was muted. Nope, I was just tagging on Patrick's, everything we're all in agreement on the well issue.
Okay, any other comments, Maren?
Nope.
Okay, Mark, we heard from you. Anne Marie?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Sam?
I just had two. One is there's a dotted line box that sort of goes around lot 2, and I wasn't sure what that was supposed to describe.
the red one, that's the
No, it's in
yard
it's-
setbacks.
No, not that one. There, I don't know if you can see
Oh.
my cursor. This one.
I see that now that you're saying that. That is a weird line that was thrown in there, and I have.
Show it again, Sam.
zero.
Sorry.
It's
Oh
just
wait,
there's a
I hear
dotted
you're trying
line.
to zoom your screen share. Okay, that doesn't work. No.
There's
that
nothing
is a-
indicated on the key. That's why I was confused by it.
No, it is a
I think it's a fence.
No, it's not
No.
a fence.
No,
No,
I
the
think it's
fence is-
a random ghost line from previous surveys because we did the survey next to it. So I'm gonna stick with that right now. Regardless, it's BS, whatever. it is.
So if you could
delete
if you could delete it. And then the second question was, it's probably me just not looking at these maps enough, but I didn't realize that those were spot elevations. So if you could either add to the legend what those are, or put a note like no topo, but spot elevations indicated, just so that it's
Yeah,
clear.
there wasn't enough change to really.
Yeah, no, I see that. Once
Yeah.
you said it, it made perfect sense, and I looked at the numbers and I completely understood. But I actually looked for some faint topo lines, maybe just hitting a corner, and I couldn't find them, and I didn't realize what those.
It will add spot elevation
those are
to
spot
the
elevations.
legend and done.
Great. I have no other comments other than the ones I made already, Heather, which was basically the deed. And then I think you understand what you have to do for the well in terms of moving forward with this.
Is it 6 months or a year after you have the approval?
It's
6
generally,
months plus
it's
2.
right. It can be up to a year. It's 180 days and you can get 2 90-day extensions.
Right.
So almost a year.
All right, so I'll put that bug
Miss
under their
Zorian?
saddle.
Did you miss Zorian, Rick? Or did I?
Yes.
just-
No, you didn't. My question to everybody, or maybe Mary Lou as well. So are we closing our eyes that the sheds are inside of the setback area? Can we request move them? Or
No, that's not a change. That's a pre-existing non-conforming. Everything,
so it becomes like a grandfather?
yes.
Okay.
Anything else, Orion? Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody's good. Any other comments from anybody? All right, I think
Schedule
the
public-
comments are, and what needs to be delivered are small enough in nature that we can entertain a motion to set a public hearing.
Rick,
Yeah. Who said that?
Liz,
Liz.
I'm the
Liz, you have a
planning
comment?
consultant from CPL.
You have a comment?
I have a few.
Okay, well, it's your turn. Let's go.
Is it my turn? Okay. So this is near an ag district, so I thought we should put the right to farm note on there.
Okay,
I'm going from your checklist.
all right.
And I sent to Sam, when I was looking at the map, it all looked just wonderful. And then I went online and started looking up various things that were based on parcel mapping. And the existing parcel boundary, again,
Oh, yeah, it's all fakakta. Yeah, don't even go there. It's
fakakta?
Bill-
Okay,
Yeah, it's all wrong.
okay. That's
Bill
like a
has surveyed the Carlisle lot. We've done a lot of data on that.
Okay.
You know how the parcel viewer is just like jam them all together and make it all look nice.
I just didn't know if I had missed a lot line revision that the board had
No,
done. and
No,
it
no,
hadn't
no,
been.
no,
Fine.
no.
Okay,
Okay,
listen,
so,
it's all for,
Good
It's all-
eye, Liz,
Okay,
good
next-
eye.
okay.
next comment.
So, all right. The lot 2 driveway is proposed, right?
No, no, it's existing. Both of them are existing.
Mhm.
They are.
Yeah,
Okay,
Does it say an existing?
okay,
There's two
Everything's
houses on this.
existing on these lots right
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
except the Well,
Except the well.
except the
one
well.
Yeah.
Okay. So that answers that question. All right, that answers a whole bunch of questions. Thank you very much. The plan says the owner's name, the owner's also the applicant. If you could just have it say owner applicant.
owner applicant as opposed to owner subdivider as it was on Gentilucci. I'm not.
Oh, I don't
sure
know.
when to ask.
I'm looking at, the one I have doesn't say that. It just says owner.
It just says owner, but I remember on Gentilucci, you said owner subdivider, but here
whatever-
you're saying owner applicant. So I'm not.
Whatever the board likes, because it just, that's what
Okay.
it says on the checklist. So owner applicant, owner subdivider, that's good.
What do we do on Malatesta?
Liz requested subdivider, so I said subdivider.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
we
good.
did subdivider, which is probably, we should stick with that.
Let's
Yeah, I
stick
think
with that.
that's what's in the code.
Yep.
Checklist is different. Total acreage of the entire parcel?
Should be whatever is added up. Do you want that in the, where do you
To
want that?
list it right on the plan.
Okay.
I already said the right to farm statement. Approval signature block, certification of plan. One question I had was, the front yard is allowed to be 10 feet. And on lot 2, it wasn't clear why you didn't have that go to 10 feet, because it would make the garage slightly less non-conforming.
I thought the garage was, I thought the front yard was much less than 10 feet. Wait a second.
No, I think that what you're
Oh,
showing
maybe
is
because I
like,
wasn't sure if that was a side yard or front yard, considering it's at the end of a flag. It's always a little squirrely as to what you call it.
yeah, because I was
Regardless,
following.
it's not gonna make it because it's 7 feet, so, and it's an existing condition.
No, I'm just saying it would, I don't know why you didn't put a 10-foot front yard there. That's all.
Well, I guess that's what I'm a little confused when it comes to a flag lot. What is the front yard? Is it the front yard from the end of the flag, or is it from the beginning of the flag? I'm happy to adjust it one way or the other, but I went with the more conservative reading of that.
I don't know what the board's practice is.
Mary Lou?
but-
I'm looking to see how we define it. And I don't know that the board has a practice on that.
And
because
I
don't know
thought,
when
right,
the
the way
last
it was,
time that would have come up is.
the way it was defined, it looked like that should be 10 feet.
Sure,
Right.
I'll change that then.
Unless Mary Lou, you think there's something
Is that
different.
what you found in the definition?
Well, that's why I made the comment, but let me double check, because
Front.
you have to check your work, right?
You can get back to me offline too. That's fine.
Okay,
Either way, it's an existing condition, so.
Right,
Right.
yeah, it's,
Unless
Okay,
they
so
want to
let's
add
leave
another
that-
shed at a future date, so that would.
Let's leave that for future discussion. That needs to be,
yep, and we can do that
So-
offline.
okay.
okay.
Liz, are you good?
I think so.
So what I'd like to propose to the board is entertaining a motion to set a public hearing, assuming, Heather, that we have and there are not many changes, but all of the things that have been talked about and additional data 2 weeks before the public hearing. So that'd be 2 weeks from tonight. Is that doable?
Yeah, so basically I need to add the right to farm note, add the spot elevation to the legend, change the label from owner to owner subdivider, and add the total acreage of the parent lot to the information block.
And also
The
get,
setback, we're gonna change to
get me
10.
get the AP overlay on here. And also provide me with the deed.
Indeed, sure.
And I
And
think
Rick-
that was,
Rick,
and make
it's
it this-
sort of, sorry, are you done? Sorry.
just one final, and you gotta have to decide, even before we go into public hearing, what you're gonna do, drill the well or not.
They're gonna drill the well. They
Okay, fine.
definitely don't want to go through the legalese of getting
Okay, good.
Okay,
Mary?
and it's 3 weeks, not 2 weeks. We have 5 weeks before our next meeting.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
so
for
Heather, you
that.
get an extra week. You gotta give me. Lauren, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's sort of irrelevant because this parcel can't go any smaller. But we might, for consistency, might want to put the flag lot map note on it too. That you can only create one flag lot on a parcel, blah, blah, blah. Because this is creating a flag lot, even though in this case, there's no more footage to put anything extra, you know what I'm saying?
No flagging of a flag.
No flagging of a flag, so we usually put a flag lot note on it, so we should just have it on here for consistency, even though there's no more really, I mean, maybe we could change this. I guess the reason you would do it is because maybe in the future they could change this to half-acre zoning. And if there was
It's true.
half-acre zoning, then you could try to
Buy
do
land off of the big lot next to them and then
Right.
blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
I'm
no,
seeing-
that's
So
a good
we
one.
should
Very
put the
good.
flag lot map note on it.
I'm
Very
seeing
good.
Heather agree that she'll put that note on it. Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem, done.
Anybody else? All right, so I'll entertain a motion to set the public hearing for February. Mary Lou?
February 14th, Valentine's Day.
Aw,
14th, Valentine's Day, assuming,
Because there's nothing more romantic than a planning board meeting.
I
I
know.
got plans for that
all right,
night.
guys, come
I'm
on.
gonna have to wear this again.
You can
Alright,
be
let's
my
do-
Valentine, Heather.
Let's be
Any day,
serious.
man, any day.
Let's be serious here, guys and ladies.
I'll make that motion.
Thank
to
you.
Set the public hearing.
I need a second.
I'll
Second.
give a second.
Who was that, Anne Marie?
That's Marin.
Maureen, thank you, Maureen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Heather, you have 3 weeks to get me everything. And at that
Just
point,
as an aside, we totally missed the opportunity to make that I second your emotion joke about,
Good
it would have
one.
been like multiple levels because we're online. It would have been an emotion also. Sorry.
Meta.
Sam, you're getting tired.
you want me to sing that wonderful song from the 50s?
If you do, I'll give you a lifetime of devotion.
Oh my God.
I second that emotion.
There you go.
Before we get too emotional, I just want to look ahead. I believe my assignments here are not to write a review memorandum and to write a decision.
You just go ahead and write a decision. We're good. It's all reviewed. Just write a decision. I want to talk to you about format and all that good stuff as we keep
Um,
improving this.
are we writing decisions before we have public hearings? Considering they have to be out and you can't really make a decision before you've heard the public?
Well, I think, Mary Lou, Liz can start on a draft of it.
Absolutely, but you know,
All right.
just be aware of that, that if you're intending on voting on something, it has to be up 24 hours in advance, and it's kind of tough to have an intent to vote on something before you've heard the public.
No, I think, thank you for reminding me. I think the intent was Liz has got a lot of decisions that are going to need to be written, so it'd be good to do some drafts, but we're going to continue to follow the policy. We do public hearing, and the decision is the week after the public hearing.
And you'll need
the
a short EAF parts 2, 3
Yes.
to open the hearing. Okay.
Thank you, Mary Lou.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're done with the forest. Thank you, Heather. All right, next project is the Wolf, Christian Wolf. Heather, this is yours as well? Or
Well, he technically is doing the representation, but I'm not sure if he's online, so I have his file. I'm here.
He's
If
here.
he's not here, but I don't know if technically I'm
He is
allowed to
here.
speak for him. Okay.
so I don't think you are, Heather. You're gonna have to mute yourself because you have an agreement that you're representing Mr. Wolf on file.
Right, and unless Mr. Wolf asks her to chime in because she's here and he's here.
So I'm going to start with asking Mr. Wolf if he wants to go through the project, or if he wants Heather to do it, and either which way is okay by me. We just don't have a written.
I'm prepared either way, so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm happy
Christian, if you
to
want me to stay on, I'm
present my
here.
project.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, you're on.
Great, thank you. Good evening, all. Thank you for hearing my application here. I've owned this piece of property since 2007, and in 2014, I built a what was at the time a weekend residence, and I'm now a full-time resident and have been for a number of years. And I'm looking to build a larger full-time residence, and this is the reason for this subdivision application, where I'm turning my 10.5 acre lot into one about 3 acre lot and one 7+ acre lot, which would be the one that would be the flag lot in the sketch that you see in front of you here. I'm proposing at the road frontage a shared driveway to maintain the kind of road frontage with just one driveway as it is the case now. So there will be minimal impact to the road frontage as a result of the subdivision here. I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you may have from the planning board.
I have a couple questions and comments, and then I'm going to open it up for the rest of the board. I need a deed, Mr. Wolf. I didn't see a deed in our files, so if you sent one, thank you. I need a deed for the property.
Sure.
I also, I see the lot, that the new lot you're creating, and typically with the minor subdivision, unless it's flat, totally flat, we ask for topos. We ask for some indication of whether or not the lot is wooded, whether or not there's core habitat areas, which I know that there are, and that they be marked. And typically we have the lot marked as to the location, the general location of the house, and also that of the septic and the well. So I'll make that as a statement. You can respond to it, or you can wait to hear from all the other members of the board, and you can respond to everything at once. So if you would, I'm going to go around and let everybody else comment, and you can aggregate all the questions and put them all together if you want. Is that good with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Mark, do you have any comments?
I do. I have one addition to your comments, Rick. Mr. Wolf, will this be a shared driveway agreement, or will you have a separate driveway?
There will be a shared driveway agreement because that very end portion of the driveway will be shared.
Okay, great.
So I'm aware that I
you'll
need a shared driveway agreement.
Yeah, shared apron. You'll need the shared driveway agreement. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Maureen, do you have any comments?
Yeah, and I was trying to bring them up because I'm on my laptop. There's a lot of key forest land, and across the street, I know, is DEC and Army Corps of Engineer wetlands, identified by both, and coming across the entire front of his yard, both where he's going to put the driveway and he has the existing house, is the DEC has something that is identified probable wetlands that are extensions of the wetland. So, and given the heavily forested nature, and I think there's a stream along back, we should really see where a house, a well, and septic are going to go on this, because it's relative, or we do a threatened and endangered and an environmental study and let it be determined by that where the house should be, because Schwabe Turnpike is sort of some of our environmentally sensitive lands. So we could use more environmental overlay information, in my opinion.
Okay. Similar to the comments I made about wooded areas and the Habitat Corps.
Exactly.
The map you're looking at, or that you looked at, there are actually wetlands of some sort that extend onto this property?
I'm working to get it to send it to you right now. So good, keep doing a round robin. Sorry.
All right.
I'm happy to
Would you
speak to
send it
that
to
now,
Sam?
or let you guys keep going, and I'm taking notes here so that I can address your commentary.
Okay. Maureen, would you send that to Sam as well so he can put it up on the screen?
Yep, I'm working on it.
All right, Maureen, thanks. If you have more comments, we'll come back to you. Zorian, do you have any comments?
I have a question about basically paperwork. Why on zoning application, subdivision approval mark as a major?
I don't understand the question, Zorian, sorry.
In zoning application, subdivision approval, and then handwritten major subdivision.
It's not, it's written as minor. You're looking at the next two are major.
This
Say it
is a
again?
minor. This is a minor, Zorian.
Okay, I understand, but how do I interpret on that application? That word major? Is that minor or major?
What are you referring to?
Zoning
I think
application.
my paperwork indicated major because at the time I was advised it was major, but then I think you made the determination that it's minor.
Okay, I see what Zorian's saying. On the code enforcement officer's determination, it says major.
Oh, okay. Now I know what Zorian was talking about. Sorry, Zorian. So I brought that to the attention of Alyssa in the CEO's office, the code enforcement office. And she indicated to me that she had made a mistake and it was being recertified, whatever, as a minor, and we were going to receive that paperwork. Again, I think perhaps because Nicole is out sick, it never made it to the Google file.
But we
So
can
it
follow up to make sure we have that.
is a minor, Zorian.
Yeah, I understand. That's why it's kind
I
of
see it as a
confusing.
minor.
Yeah, it is minor, but paperwork saying major.
Right, Zorian's correct. There was a mistake made on the code enforcement officer's determination. We actually talked to him about that on Friday, Rick and I, and they're supposed to get to Nicole, they're supposed to get her a corrected
So
determination.
Mary Lou, in the file, it shows a minor as the determination.
And
Is there a new one? The one I have says.
I don't know, I'm
The one
looking
I,
at it.
oh, wait, here's the wait.
November 30th, it says minor.
No,
You know what? There's a revised. It's revised. It says minor on his letter to us, but it says major on the zoning permit itself.
Understand.
So he is going to correct the zoning permit. May already have done it, may be sitting on Nicole's desk. But
Okay.
that will be addressed. So yeah, there's just a mistake,
Yeah.
which will be corrected. But Zorian, I'm glad you said that so we can make sure that we get that correction. Thank you.
All right, so on the determination, it said minor, which is correct. On the actual application with all the gobbledygook on it, it said major in error. So thanks,
But the
Lorraine.
determination, right, the determination is on that, and that says major. But
Right,
then when
yeah.
he writes us a separate memo to explain how we got where he is, and on that he says minor. So it's just a human error.
Yep. Why they make erases on pencils.
Right.
Sorry, anything else?
Not at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Anne Marie?
Nope, I don't have anything. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick?
Yeah, I'd like some clarification on the possible right of way on the Woods Road situation on the map.
Oh, I see that.
It says subject to use by others, right through the middle of the property.
Yeah, I can
Oh, I
speak to
see.
that. I'm happy to.
You're talking about the Woods Road.
Yeah.
Okay, so, good catch. And did I skip anybody? Sam?
Me, yeah, I just, the same things that everyone else has said, the topo, the wetlands, all that
Okay.
usual stuff that we've already asked for.
All right, Mr. Wolf, you're up. You have, comments you want to make about the questions we had?
Okay, so I'm happy to provide topo if that's needed, of course. On areas of house and septic, so the new lot that I'm creating is 7.5 acres, so I haven't yet decided where I would build a house, and I'm not sure that given the size of the lot that's being created and the nature of the land, that it would make sense to at this time already commit or propose any particular location, but I'm happy to discuss that further. Ms. Lindstrom, on your mentioning regarding stream and wetlands, I can confirm my property does not contain any wetlands nor a stream. The wetlands are across the road on Screwhill Road, but not on my property. The lot itself is completely wooded except for the immediate area around the existing dwelling. The entire proposed lot 2 that I'm looking to create is completely wooded. What is denoted here as a woods road really has always been nothing more than a trail that is not in use. It actually, when you follow it, and I've hiked there on numerous occasions, it at the end effectively ends at a lot that is at the end of Brazil Heights Road, which is a road off of Screwhill Road. But it's not a road, it's a trail, it's not in use. Multiple trees have fallen over it, and you can kind of tell that it's been growing in over the years.
So to your knowledge, there's no right of way for anybody to use that road.
To my knowledge, there's no right of way. Nothing of that nature was pointed out to me at the time that I purchased the land.
Okay, so I have a couple of suggestions. And this is by way of all the comments I've made and the comments you made back, Mr. Wolf. We talked about needing the deed. We talked about needing the topo. Heather is very familiar with how to mark a piece of property that's totally wooded. It's just a matter of shading, so I'd like to see that. I'd also like to see the areas that are core habitat. I estimated about 25%, 30% is core habitat lands. So I'd like to see that marked by your representative. As far as the wood road, some kind of confirmation that if there is no right of way, and again, that could be done by your representative searching the deeds, I would imagine. When I spoke to her about a number of projects, she assured me that I think she assured me there was no right of way, but I want that confirmed.
Can I just check here for a minute, Rick? I'm sorry, I don't
Go
want
ahead.
to forget to say this. I mean, even if there is this road and there are rights of way for other people, that that's a private thing that does not really affect whether or not you approve the subdivision.
Yes, I know. I think it should be then marked as a right of way as opposed to what it's marked as, shouldn't it?
I think actually the way it's marked is pretty standard.
Just that comment. That's why I'm not a lawyer and we have a lawyer.
No,
okay, so
it's
skip
very
that comment.
standard. It's just letting you know it's there. When the surveyor went out, he found that, so he marked it, just like he would hopefully mark a stone wall or something.
The one thing that I think I know the board is concerned with is no marking of the house, septic and well. And I quite agree with you, 7.5 acres, you ought to be able to site a house there that has septic and well. So what I propose is for this, and it's up to the board, not me, but I have a proposal that we have a note on the map. And Mary Lou, you can frame it in legalese. I'll frame it in common ease. A note that says at the time that the applicant or the owner of the lot goes for a C of O or building permit rather, the individual is required to come back to the planning board to get approval for the siting of the house, the septic and the well. And the purpose for that, Mr. Wolf, is to ensure that there are lines of disturbance, that we set some lines of disturbance and understanding of whether or not you're going to be encroaching in the core habitat area or not, which may require, the board may then ask for something like a threatened and endangered species study, or ask you to preserve certain trees that are over a certain width or diameter rather. So I quite understand that you feel that this 7.5 acres, you're not ready to determine where the house is, but the board in its duty to preserve the environment would need some sort of note ensuring that you would come back to us at the time that you're going for the, or before you go for the building permit, and establish with us if there are any other environmental concerns that we need answers to. Or you can do that now, it's your choice. But Mary Lou, would you opine on what I just said?
Yeah, we can do that. He can come up with his area now, or after we get all of these other things, the core, habitat and all those things on the map, there could be a note that states that no building can take place within those and whatever buffer is appropriate. So that way, when he goes for a building permit, that will be seen. We would also need something showing, and it can be from Heather, that there's ample space, which sure looks like it, that it's going to be able to support a well and septic.
Okay, so
So we can do it all with notes, or if you have an idea where you're going to put it, that's fine too. But we just want to make sure that any environmental concerns are not encroached upon by a building.
Can I pipe in here, Rick? Is it okay?
yes, Maren, before you do it, let me just summarize what I thought Mary Lou said in commonese as opposed to legalese. You could do it now, or you could do it later. And the later would be supported by notes, in which case you're going to have to do something later that ensures the environmental protections are adhered to. So I think, Mary Lou, does that pretty much summarize it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, but
Maren?
but he doesn't necessarily have to come back to us.
Yeah, that's,
Well,
I
how
was
does he
just,
do it if he doesn't come back to us? Who's
well,
gonna-
I think what Mary Lou said, which I liked her approach, is so let's say you find environmental constraints and you say you need a buffer of 100 feet here, X feet, or we don't, that basically it'll constrain the place, we'll constrain the house for him by saying you can't do it here, here, or here because of these environmental constraints. So he either looks at it ahead of time and says, I'm gonna put the house here, is it okay with the entire environmental constraints, or as you and Mary Lou said, or we end up saying, you can't do it here, here, and here because of the environmental constraints.
Right.
Here's your place that's left.
Okay, that makes sense.
And remember, just like we talked about with an earlier application today, we're not approving where the placement of proposed house will go. So I think the better way is to show those environmental constraints and
Where
say
it
where
can't
you
go,
can't build.
basically. Right.
It's, you know, we don't want Mr. Wolf or a successor to have to come back to us
Okay.
when we can do it now.
Yeah, it's
And
better
Mary
to
Lou, how-
say, you can't do it X, Y, and Z, and here's the part where you can do it, so knock yourself out for the place where you can do it, and here's the places where you can't.
And Mary,
Set it up
about the driveway and where well, I guess we do need to see the topo, because I'm not familiar with the topo here, but how do we handle the driveway? There's no driveway marked on the flag portion of this new lot. How do we handle that?
Well, I guess our only concern, how far back is that? It's hard for my old eyes to see. Well,
You mean the
it's a
number of feet?
driveway. It's a driveway, so it's not a shared driveway. We don't necessarily say,
will have a
okay, to
shared
everyone's
apron.
driveway. Right, it will have a shared apron. We'll need the agreement for that. But, you know, it's a town road. He'll have to get a driveway permit from the highway superintendent, whoever that is at the time that he builds there. But it's, you know, it's a vacant lot.
Okay,
We don't necessarily, as long as they have proper frontage, which it looks like they do, we don't have to really concern ourselves with where a driveway is when somebody puts a house in,
okay,
right?
Because it's not shared, we don't have to worry with the pull-offs, the 500-foot pull-offs and that kind of stuff. Because
Right.
it could be a longer driveway, but because it's not shared, we don't have those constraints, Rick, of
We don't have
fire.
cars going both ways.
Right,
If the house is
right,
on
exactly.
fire, the fire truck's coming. And we don't worry about the other people getting out from the other lots.
Right.
all right. So, Mr. Wolf,
I mean, from my side, I'm not in a position as of this point in time to determine where the new dwelling would be. So I'm happy to understand what the environmental constraints are. It's a topic that I'm not terribly familiar with. I would note that I wasn't faced with any of those considerations when I first built the house on the combined lot here that I built in 2013 and 14. So I'm not aware that there are any protected needs to protect any particular areas on the land where I previously built. So I would need to understand what incremental concerns there could be now that I'm subdividing the property that weren't there when I initially built. So that would be my question really and comment.
You know, it's not so much that there may be new restraints, it's that you're now applying for a subdivision. And when you have just one lot, you don't have to go through all the same things. It's just the way the law is written, both state and locally. So now we have to look at those things to make sure. But when you owned it all as one lot, you just go get a building permit, you know, and he would make sure that that house wasn't too close to the stream and things like that.
Understood. Noted. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
all right, so I think what I'm hearing, Mr. Wolf, is that we need the topos, we need the areas that are wooded marked, and it's all wooded, so it's rather easy for your surveyor to do that. We need the core habitat area marked, and once we get that, you can return with that map, and we'll be able to get a better idea as to what areas might be constrained as to where you might put a house, and we can delineate that and have the protective 50-foot, 100-foot, whatever area bordering the core habitat that can't be disturbed. I think at this point, it becomes obvious that you might want to get Medenbach and Eggers re-involved in accomplishing all this for you. And the next time that you appear before us, to have Heather more involved in the presentation of the data. How does that sound?
Sure, we can do that. Certainly.
Can I address Heather? I would need your okay to pull her.
Of
into
course,
the-
yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't, this is the first time I'm going before the planning board. So when I was discussing this with Medenbach and Eggers and Heather, we said like I would go first, but sure, I'm happy for Heather to also chime in on my behalf here.
Oh, Heather, I think you understand all of that the board has asked you. This isn't your first rodeo when it comes to these kind of requests. So do you have any questions of the board on behalf of Mr. Wolf?
I don't, but I did step away for a moment since I wasn't particularly
Okay.
involved in this one, but I'm going to assume you're going to want a driveway, at least through the flags. You're going to want the core habitats. You're going to want the topo and anything else. The wetlands are across the street, so I don't think you need that.
Well, yeah.
The driveway, I think, was not asked for. It was the topo, the core habitat, and indicating that the entire flag lot is wooded, right?
Right, showing the forests or woods. Also, Heather, I understand that the wetlands are across the street, but if you can let us know, and maybe Maren had already said, I apologize if you did, Maren, whether they're Army Corps or whether they're DEC, and let's just, at least, if they're over the 100-foot buffer, if you could somehow show that on the map.
Sure. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, we can stick
because
that
they
on there.
can
I
be
mean,
on
I don't
another
have
property.
I'm just going to take stuff off of the GIS and plunk it into the map. I don't have any like formally located wetlands certified by the DEC, but sure,
On the mapper, Heather, it looks like it's both a COE and DEC across the street.
We can
But-
do that. Yeah, we can put whatever the GIS is, but yeah, there's no wetlands where he wants to put the house and the driveway.
Well, I figured not, but if any of the property is within the buffer, I don't know how close those wetlands come to the road. If you can just show that buffer line.
Sure.
Over the lots, then we'll know. Does
Okay,
that work
great.
for you, Maren?
Yeah, that's totally good. It looks like there's some buffer that hits the road in the front of the lot, but then the bulk of it is all well away from it, way in the back there. But
Exactly.
that would be
And we're
helpful.
not proposing any development.
Well, we're not proposing anything right now. He doesn't want to put the house on it, so let's just see where the
Okay,
buffer.
I think we're good, guys. We know, I think everybody knows what they have to do. And Sam, did I lose you? Or you?
I'm good.
Okay. Anybody else?
Rick, I just want to understand the situation. In some instances, we're asking on subdivision, minor subdivision, we're insisting to put a house location, proposed house location, well, and septic. In this instance, we're saying, okay, we're gonna do it later. So I'm not quite understand what they're thinking about that, behind it.
Well, if they're gonna build right away and they're gonna show where that's gonna be, then we require everything. This may stay vacant forever.
Okay, so it
There's no
depends.
plans at this point, and that's why we can do it through notes. It's kind of the exception, but we've done it before and we'll do it again.
Okay, so
Also, I think-
it depends on immediate plans of the owner?
Right, it depends on whether they're planning to develop quickly
Sorry, but
or
this, if it turns
they're
out,
just
that-
making a
if it
vacant
turns
lot.
out the topo on this property is incredibly complicated, like Malatesta was, if it turns out that there's huge wetlands running through the middle of it, if it turns out we know from other projects and from evidence of research that planning board members do, that there's rattlesnakes, bats, little squiggly things, bunny bears.
Turtles.
And
Bunny bears.
then we would say,
Yeah, okay.
okay.
I
Penguins.
understand.
So
Okay,
that's
thank you.
the difference. And by the way, if this was being subdivided, what is this? I don't remember what zone this is. Hang on. It's in the
R2.
two. So, if he was dividing it into 3 lots, I think I might take a different perspective towards it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. All right, so I think we all know what we have to do. And Liz, there's nothing for you to do at this point. We're going to await more information from M&E. Okay, I guess that's it.
Hi, Rick, I didn't look at this one because it wasn't
Okay,
assigned.
all I need is for you to say yes. There's nothing for you to do, that you
Okay.
understand.
Yes,
Okay.
there's nothing for me
Cool.
to do. That was easy.
Thank you. Sorry. I used to be a teacher. But that didn't last too long. Okay. Next on the agenda, the next is Honeycomb Hills. And this project is being proposed by one of our planning board members, Mark Grasso. So Mark is going to act as his own presenter, but he will be muted during the discussion by the board, unless of course the board wants him to talk and answer some questions, but he is officially recused as of 9:42.
Okay,
Chris-
he has to recuse himself, Rick.
Sorry. I'll let him do that in a second. And the same also for Zach Jarvis, who is the alternate on the planning board. He's involved in this project as well. So Mary Lou, they both have to say, I'm
Yes, they
recusing
should.
myself.
They
Okay,
should say on the record that they are recusing themselves.
Mark,
I am recusing myself due to my financial interest in this property.
and Zach.
I'm recusing myself due to my financial interest in this property.
Okay, you are hereby recused. Mark, Sam, can we turn that map around so I don't have to stand on my head? Is that possible?
I
know what it
don't
is.
know how to do
I
it
don't-
in Google Docs.
Okay, then that's fine.
If I was a little bit more tech savvy than I am, I could probably, but I can't.
Well, that means it can't be done because you're just about as tech savvy as they come.
Maybe in your universe, but not in mine.
Sam, you can do it really laboriously by putting it as a PDF and then you can turn it as a
Yeah, I was
PDF.
thinking I'll work on it in the background while we're talking.
Or
I can probably
You could let me
download it.
share.
Do you have it? I
Are we
don't think
talking about the submittal? The
The
map?
map.
Yeah. Can you
You
email
have
it
the
to me as a
map and can you
PDF?
turn it around?
Oh, you don't? Okay, hang on a second, because I know I can.
I'll work on it. I can get
Hang
it.
on.
This is like
I
one of
have
those-
it if you want me to share, or I can send it to you.
Why
What
don't
would
you
like?
email me it as a PDF that is
Okay.
correctly
I
oriented?
will do
and then
that.
Thank you.
Sam, after that comment, I'm thinking that, it's all over in terms of seconding that emotion.
Yeah. mhm.
Sam, I know I'm not allowed to talk, but it's in your email box.
Oh, thanks.
And it's in there again.
Okay,
Wow.
Mark, So Mark, you want to make your presentation to the board as to what you're doing here?
Sure. So this is 24 acres at the end of Beehive Road. It's a lot that's been around for a long time. It's been vacant for a long time. There was an existing farm on it at one time, many, many years ago. There's a old existing barn that is still there. Long story short, we are proposing a 4-lot subdivision here at the end of Beehive Road. It is a town road with a town cul-de-sac at the end of the road. The lots will all have access to the town road, which is maintained by the town. A lot of existing open land on this property. The driveways, we have a permit that the driveways are already in and closed, approved by the highway superintendent. We have septic approval approved by the Board of Health. We have a wetlands letter saying that there is no wetlands on this property. So we've done a lot of work already to try to tee this one up for the planning board in hopes of a fairly fast review. This is an R5 district. There you go, Sam. This is an R5 zoning district. So each lot will be 5+ acres. 3 of them will be to the north side of Beehive Road and 1 will be to the south side. There is a natural spring on the property that flows through the property nicely. There is some gentle sloping on the property. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of open, vacant, aired out land that we're proposing those home sites to be on. So I will let the board go around and ask any questions, and I'll be happy to answer them as you go or at the end, whatever you prefer.
Okay, so I have a, Mark, why don't you keep track of the questions and then you can answer at the end?
You got it.
So I have a few comments and questions. I am confused by what you're doing with the road, whether you're extending the road, where exactly the town road begins and ends. It looks like you're making the cul-de-sac, the wraparound for the trucks much bigger, I assume at your expense. But I just don't know whether you're looking for the town to acquire some portions of where you're doing the cul-de-sac. I don't know. So that's one question I have. Liz, on this project, you know, we're going to need some work fairly well in the beginning in terms of the driveways and do they meet all the codes in terms of slope and all that. There's 3 driveways coming off the cul-de-sac and 1 coming off the main road. So I got that. Mark, I do have one comment just about labeling, and it's a small item. You use the word existing for the houses, for the roads, for the driveways. Everything needs to be remarked as proposed because nothing's done at this point. So mark them all as proposed. Have your surveyor change the titling. Small item, but they're not existing. I need a deed. I didn't see it, Mark. I know you obviously have it, but I didn't see it online on the Google Drive, so I need the deed to have it on file. I caught the internet stream also. Is that the swale, question mark, where the intermittent stream is? You have swale mark. Is it a swale / stream or is it a stream? Question mark. And then the map note as to what this is, you have marked as minor, and I can't see it. It's way down on the corner, but it needs to be changed to major because the building department typed this as a major. So Sam, way off on the right-hand side there, it says, I think it says, let me move things around here on my screen. Yeah, it says
I
minor
pulled it up,
subdivision.
yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be changed to major. And I'll stop there and go around the board and see what other comments we have. Why don't we
Rick, can
start-
I go first, even though I'm not on the board?
Sure.
Okay. Mark, we talked to Jerry about this as well, and his understanding was that the town-owned portion of the roadway ends, I couldn't tell you exactly where, but somewhere before the cul-de-sac. And that is why he put this down as a major subdivision, because part of this would be private roads. Nicole was going to be checking today with the highway superintendent to find out exactly where that road does end. Obviously, I think she was out today, so that probably has not been done. But if anyone's wondering why is this major and not minor, that's what we were told. It's because of where the roadway ends.
And so to that point, Mary Lou, we had talked about that on Friday. And knowing that Nicole wasn't available today, I went down to the highway department
Of course you did.
and and talk to Jeff. And I'll be honest with you, I mean, he explained a lot. It wasn't clear to me as to where the beginning and the end of the town road is after talking to him. Doesn't mean that what he told me wasn't correct. It's just that I couldn't connect what he said to what I'm seeing on the map. So somehow or another, between maybe even you and the applicant and Jeff, Mary Lou, using deeds and meets and bounds or something, and need to establish where it starts and where it ends. So I don't know that we're going to.
I would recommend that, I'm sorry, I can't see it on the map. Who are you using, Mark?
John Heidecker.
Oh, okay, great. I would recommend that John talk to Jeff.
So can I step in on that conversation topic? Would you mind, Rick?
Sure, absolutely.
Sure. So a couple of things. One, I spoke with Jeff today about that same conversation, and he made it clear that Beehive Road is a town road. We treat it as a town road. It is just like every other town road. The cul-de-sac is owned by the town. They plow the entire road all the way to the end of the road. And Beehive Road is not something that is private. It has no private ability. And that every one of these driveways that he's approved does go onto a town road. And that's why he was able to supply the driveway permits, because it is in fact on a town road. So I hope that clears the, I know that Jerry had some concerns that maybe the road didn't go all the way to the end, but Jeff confirmed that today. He's putting it in a letter for us that states that Beehive Road is a town road. We treat it just like every other town road. The cul-de-sac is something that they maintain. They plow all the way through, and it is something that is up for discussion for future renovations at the town board level. So I hope that clears it up.
Mark, the only question I have, then you may still need to talk to your surveyor, because his note, end of town maintained road, he's got a dark line.
Right.
And in the middle of that dark line, this arrow from where it says end of town maintained road goes in the middle of that dark line. First of all, I don't know why the light line goes from the property line, it goes up 50, 60, 100 feet, and then all of a sudden it turns into a dark, heavy line and extends for, I can't quite tell, 48 feet, something like that, maybe a little bit more. And in the middle of that dark line, it says end of town maintained road, and then continues. The supposition on my part was what's continuing from where that line intersects with this real dark line, that's not town road. So I think Mary Lou's comment that Jeff and Mr. Heidegger somebody needs to explain.
Yep. The reason that it says that it's end of town maintained road is because that is the end of the road. That is the cul-de-sac. So that the road stops there. And the reason that he put that note on there is at one time, this was a former public road that all the way went through Cedar Drive, which was the old Catskill Farms development. As you see at the end of the development here, it says remains of former public road. So he's putting that is the end of the town maintained road, and the rest were woods roads, which you'll see where all of the rock walls are dividing those properties. So I think that it's just maybe a definition or a clarification, but I'll get the letter from Jeff, which probably will clear all the air that just says it's a town road. We should be treating it as a town road.
So,
right, but I think it's got to be correct on the map somehow, because I saw it the same way Rick did.
Understand.
And it may very well be that John Heidecker meant that it's the cul-de-sac, but it doesn't look like that the way the line is drawn. So if John can correct that, that's a very good thing.
No problem.
Yeah,
do you want
And
Rick, do you want to go?
I have one more thing, sorry. Where it says existing driveways, are there actual driveways or are there driveway permits?
No, the driveways are in.
Okay.
These driveways are completely installed already. The driveway permit was pulled and the driveway permits have been closed. So the driveways are in place. They are, they go as far as where it says existing driveway is. So yeah, the driveways are actually physically in place.
So Mary Lou, I have a question for you there, because in our subdivision code, this is gonna come up again and then
Yeah,
another. You're not supposed to touch any of the land until you get your subdivision.
yeah, that's why I assumed they weren't actually
I was
existing.
gonna
That
ask,
is,
right.
that
this-
is a jury concern.
Yep,
So that would be up to the building department.
I was
Um,
under the, oh, well, go ahead.
any, enforcement on that. We're not enforcement, so,
Well, that's why I said, that's why I said, Mark, put them down as proposed.
Yep, no, I was waiting for you to be finished before I said that, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
You
These
do
driveways
know
are-
that you do know that you're not supposed to do that before we approve it.
I was under the understanding that as long as I disturb less than 1 acre of land, I am able to do that.
And who told you
No.
that?
now,
In my-
you'll recall that on another one, Rick, we talked to Jerry about that. And there was a mix-up with DEC and town regulations. So he may have been told that by the code enforcement office. So it may have just been a mistake, but it was a difference on something else.
So I conclude from that, and I remember that discussion, the up to 1 acre
And I don't
disturbance.
think it was on Mark's that we discussed it. I think it was on somebody else's.
right,
Yeah,
it's not, you can log your land, but this isn't logging, obviously.
This, well, it was logged in some of these.
Yeah, but no, but
places.
that's irrelevant to this.
Yes,
You,
correct.
so you could have land that maybe you want to subdivide in the future. You're allowed to log that, but you can't start basically the beginning start of a
Improvements.
subdivision, the improvements. Exactly.
So
Right,
Mary
so
Lou, the one
That is
acre,
Jerry's purview to handle.
Right.
okay,
And
the
you
1
will see
acre,
that
as
these
I
were all,
understand it, the 1 acre, as I understand it, has to do with the DEC, not town.
Yes, I believe so. I believe he
Yeah.
was
Okay.
looking at a different regulation.
So for all the town planning board members, forever and for all time, unless it's changed, the 1 acre disturbance has to do with DEC and when their SWIP stuff kicks in or doesn't
Right,
kick
but
in.
yeah, so we did talk to Jerry about that in general. So hopefully
Right.
this won't occur in the future, but
Okay.
I
Who
I
is
can see
Jerry?
where
Who asked that question?
I did.
Jerry is our code enforcement officer, building inspector.
Thank you.
Rick, on that same topic, where the driveways were put in, so you're aware for your notes, these were existing woods roads where they was logged. So that's why we did that, so that there was no disturbance. So just.
Okay.
That's a lie. Oh,
Who said that?
Did that.
just a note that right now, this is not a public hearing. This is the planning board looking at a sketch. So
Sam, would you mute
anyone
anybody who's
who-
not,
yeah,
who's not a planning board member, or Liz or Mary Lou?
and so that people in the public know, eventually, this will come to public hearing and you will have every opportunity to speak at that point.
So Mark, these existing drives, they're built to code or you just cleared?
They're built to code. Yeah, Jeff signed off on them and they're completed.
But it doesn't matter, Rick. He doesn't sign off on the driveway. He signs off on the entrance. None of the
Right.
land
No, I
should have
know
been
that.
touched.
I
Yeah.
know that. Yeah, I know that. All right, so Mark, I guess you could keep the existing driveway marked as existing, but change the home sites. You didn't do anything in the home sites, did you?
No, they were cleared in those
right.
locations.
So those are proposed home sites.
You got it.
All right, Mary Lou, anything else? Let me
No,
move-
thank you for letting me jump in.
Yeah,
I
no,
will mute
thank you.
myself.
Emery, anything?
Nope.
Patrick?
Not at this time.
Okay. Sam?
I think just all the normal things that we asked for, the topo, which it looked like we have a physical copy of, all of the environmental overlay stuff. I think Mark's familiar with all the things we asked for.
Yep.
Septic location, just all that stuff.
So the Notations around wooded. core
Yep,
habitat.
everything on that beautiful checklist.
Got it.
And Mark, I'm assuming that you know where it all is, but if we want to make sure that the existing, or rather the proposed home sites are far enough away from the core habitat, just as we've done with other projects, but
Yep.
let's get all that stuff marked.
Nope, no problem.
Yeah, you have that, especially Rick, with the lot number 4, which, I mean, there are delineated wetlands right before you start this lot. And there's a spring and possible wetlands on the lot 4 area. If you look at the DEC thing, they say this is possible wetlands. So I think lot 4 is the more environmentally difficult lot. The other ones looked, as long as they're away from the stream / intermittent stream. You should probably, Mark, put the 100-foot buffer in there from
No
the
problem.
stream swale stream.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, yep.
I did not know the rules.
Who's that? Okay. Would you like to identify yourself instead of hiding in the shadows? I guess not.
There's no one who's unmuted.
You got everybody unmuted?
Everyone is muted except for board members.
Okay.
That could have been somebody speaking in the background.
Okay. Zorian, do you have any comments?
Yes, I look at the topomac map, try to zoom in. It's difficult to read it. There is no marking of the identification of the lines.
Okay, so Mark, we need all that fixed. I know that the topo map was.
Yeah, the
a lot of
topo map
line-
has been turned into Nicole.
Okay,
What?
The topo map is in the file. It was turned into Nicole.
No, I understand. I saw it. It's a, JPEG file, but when you zoom in, there is no marking which line represent what elevation.
the elevations are missing, Mark.
At least when you try to use JPEG file, maybe it's going to be clear when it's put on a main.
When it's in PDF or.
Right.
I can get it if it's not. That's no big deal.
Okay.
Yeah, not every line, because some of them are close, but so we can distinguish between, I see it now, thanks, Sam. So we can distinguish when it starts to get really steep.
Yep.
And then flattens out again. Zorian, anything else?
Yes, and I look at that septic approval. It's unclear. I think it was approved for a whole lot, but it's unclear. Shouldn't be septic approval for each individual lot?
Yeah, good question. So this lot was, there was septic approval done by the previous purchaser. And Medenbach and Eggers is working to get that updated. So I'll have that in the file for next time. As you can see where the test pits were done on each lot, the test pits are already marked. So that's where their proposed septics are. So I'll get that updated with Medenbach, so you have that in the file.
Okay, that's all I have.
Sam, put up the topo map again, if you don't mind. And Mark, what I'm concerned with, and I can't tell, and Liz, this is gonna be part of what I'd like you to do. I can't tell whether there's gonna be, because of the driveways, certainly not the first one on the left, but the others, any problems with drainage as a result of those driveways.
What do I provide you for that, Rick?
Well, not until Liz takes a look at it. You might, I don't know what you'll have to provide, but
okay,
she may want some indication of, some drainage numbers, water flow numbers, may even I can't tell. I'm not a
Right,
drainage.
you're right, Rick. It's tough to see, like, you might need grade to
Yeah.
see what our
Grade.
do we have grade issues or
Right.
the proverbial heat map that we love so much.
Thank you. For this
Can I
property,
have authorization to work directly with Liz as I've set escrow for this property?
I haven't done a review yet, so
Okay,
I'd like to
escrow's-
issue my review letter, Mark, and the board. As that's what is typically done, so.
sure, once that's done, as the applicant, Mark, you certainly can talk to Liz.
Sure.
Great.
Okay, the heat map, thank you, Maren. But yeah, Mark, the grading needs a look at to make sure that we don't need any kind of retention.
No problem.
Anybody else? I think I went around to everybody. Any other comments? All right, so this is early in the process, Mark. You heard the things that we need. I need resolution of that road situation. If you want to bring Heidegger with you at the next meeting to make it clearer, but when I'm confused, it's one thing, but when Mary Lou is confused, it's quite another. So
Yeah, I'll have the highway superintendent work with the surveyor to get it resolved. I don't anticipate to be any issues. It's just probably a note on the map that needs to be updated, but I will get with them to confirm.
yeah, and what I would prefer is that your surveyor issue a letter explaining what's going on here and explain and or adjust the map to make it clear as to what's going on here. So I want the person who really understands grading and the maps, working with the maps, to issue the explanation and or notes. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Anything else? So I think if there's nothing else, I think we just Liz, you got some work to do on this one.
Am I gonna be allowed to make some comments?
Oh, sure. Even before you've looked at it in detail.
Oh, no, I actually did look at this in considerable detail, but when you and I discussed this, it was to come to the meeting with comments and notes and to do a write-up afterwards. I think this is good to hear some of this commentary. So basically, the way I'm looking at this is we're going to need on the plans, whatever it is that the board needs to get the applicant to approval. And so that map will tell the whole story. So that's the way I look at all subdivisions. I did take a look at some maps that the Swale is a Class A trout stream. It looks like there must be some kind of a pond where the stream diverts and comes back. So we'll need that, to be clearly depicted. The spring, there's kind of, let's see, right around what looks like the side of either the existing or proposed right-of-way. I can't tell if the spring, if there's like a loop there of that line, so I'll make a comment about that. When I looked at this and had understood that this was an existing town road, I think this is fairly common, where a road will be in existence and over time, parts of a road, like I suppose this one, will go into, they're just not used. Nobody has access off of it. So less and less of it is maintained by the highway department. So my guess is that the line there, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the line that begins at the, hang on a second here, at the property boundary with the remainder of Beehive Road, that there is a line that is, I believe, intended to represent the center line of the existing town road. That's my guess.
Correct.
And so I also guess that the town has never obtained a formal right-of-way. In other words, they've done the work. It's been done for so long. And so that dashed line that has the circle at the end of it, my guess is that is I guess, kind of a perceived right of way or something that needs to be formalized. Does that sound correct?
I've never heard of that before, but it could be.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing that made me curious here is that I didn't see anything delineated. Now you can't trust tax mapping, but I can trust a surveyor. So I guess perhaps he may have found some kind of a description, because otherwise it's a private piece of land with some sort of
very weird,
either town parcel in the middle of it, which is possible, or some kind of historic right of way, but it seems to occur on private land. And so there has to be some kind of decision about, will it be done as sort of an easement over this parcel to encapsulate the existing road, town road? Or will it have to be a separate road right of way parcel? So I
Sounds
guess
like you
we'll
and the
just,
surveyor need to talk.
yeah. And well, I mean, you know, so that's, I mean, ultimately it needs to be formalized. It sounds like the highway superintendent has been using it, so it would benefit the town and you know, as the applicant rep, to get that all sorted out and put down on paper. So that's ultimately what will happen with that. So I didn't know that these were existing driveways. I do think we need topography on this map. And I think it would be good to have the classic steep slopes map that we ask everybody to do. So I'll write that in my memo.
And there is a topo. It's done. Nicole has it. I just need to get the digital version to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think my comments will be basically saying this is what you need to have a complete plan set, just like we do with every other subdivision.
Liz, are you saying that you want one map that shows everything that's on the screen now and the topo and everything else is laid over that?
I think you should have a normal plan set. And so what we've done with other subdivisions is you might show existing conditions, and then you have another that shows proposed conditions. And then, you know, maybe another sheet, or maybe it can all be done on one sheet that's going to show grading, drainage, erosion, sedimentation control. Another sheet that's going to have the details for what is a driveway. So those driveways they obviously have some kind of specification. They'll make a spec or a detail for whatever is in place. So, and as far as the home sites, I guess they're existing, but I don't know whether that, you know, I wondered whether, is there some existing subdivision plat somewhere that was done already and then it expired? Is that why it's an existing?
No, it's never been subdivided before, and it's just existing because the land is already open in that area. That makes sense.
Right, but I mean, in this case,
There's
these
no
are
tree
proposed.
clearing or any of
Right,
that.
these are proposed lots, so.
Yep.
That's a proposed home site. Well, septic, let's see. Formalizing the town road right of way. Hang on just a sec.
Mary Lou, is that something that, who formalizes that town right of way? Is that something done by you, or?
It'll be done as part of the subdivision process, I think.
Well, first we have to find out exactly what's going on there.
Right.
But as Liz said, maybe when John did his work in the county clerk's office, he found somewhere where that was laid out as a town road. But it is very unusual to have a town road that ends in the middle of private property if there wasn't a subdivision there before. And I will say, another possibility is that the road, you know, it says end of town maintained road. It's very possible that that roadway ends somewhere before and they needed a place to turn their plows around, and they said, we'll keep it down if you let us use your property to turn
Exactly.
around.
I remember
I've
when I
seen it in
bought-
other towns.
I remember when I bought the property, the deed was from 1875. It was handwritten and scribbled, and it was something. So we had some overlapping. This was an overlapping deed, if you remember. Mary Lou had some issues with the neighbor where there was 11 acres of parcel of land that
Oh, okay, yes, yes. Yep.
both parties, one being me and the neighbor, agreed that I would give the 11 acres to the neighbor because they thought that it was their
Yes, I
property.
remember that. Yep.
I thought it was my property, but I'm not going to argue if he wants to have 11 acres of a mountain. He's more than welcome to have it. So
Right.
that's where that's where a lot of this has come from. So that deed was literally handwritten and old, and we fixed a lot of that issue. So I think that'll
Okay, so, yeah, we just have to figure it out for sure. You know, and maybe if it's not officially a town road, maybe the town is willing to take it over. That would have to be done at the town board level. They might want you to bring it up to specs if it's not already. They may want the building department will not be bringing it up to specs. They may want the highway department to do that. But number one is finding out why it's a town road. I just want to make sure that when Jeff came in, and I mean, he's worked for the highway department a long time before he was superintendent. If it's something he assumes is a town road because they've just always turned around there, or if it's really and truly a town road. Because town maintained road doesn't necessarily mean town road.
understand. And like I said, I think at one time the road went through, but they maintained it only up to a certain spot. And then the town, it was like probably a horse and buggy trail. That was a woods road at one time. That was a former road, then went all the way through to Cedar Drive, as you can see. But yeah, we'll figure those details out.
You can see the other end of it, actually.
Right. If it had been a through road and it was, it's documented somewhere that the town used to maintain all the way through, we might want to look for an abandonment of that portion that clearly hasn't been used for 6 years or more.
It
Maybe
looks to
106 years.
Right. I think it looks to me like it may have been what I would call an old wood road. In other words, it was a road that was used for years. And over time, a certain part of it continued to be used and built on, and the rest of it fell into disrepair. Maybe there was a farm there that was defunct, etc. So the ends of it maybe show up, but probably the ruins of the road are barely perceptible in the woods.
I remember when I went through to the town board for a zoning change, there was a board member on the board who remembers a house on this property in the 60s that burned down. So it could be that the road went up to that point and then they stopped maintaining it. We can find out all those details.
And Liz, to your point, on the right-hand side, on the other, somebody else's property, there's a note that says CL of former public road. So something may have, as you said, went totally. I think the only way to get it resolved is, Liz, you're going to have to talk to the surveyor.
Talk to John and to Jeff.
I'm going to do a
Right,
detailed
with,
review. And then
Okay.
we'll
Liz, do you have anything else you want to put on the public record tonight?
I don't think so. Those are the biggies,
Okay.
I think
And
it's,
Mark, do you understand what Liz is asking for in terms of, we have this existing map, but in the same way that we've done some other projects, whether it's Cusack or Malatesta, there's a final map that shows all of this material together, the topos, the setbacks, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, that map has been submitted to Nicole. It's just not in PDF version. So I will get a PDF of it.
Right, the topo is there, but obviously.
It all
the
needs to be
PDF will
put
hopefully
together
give
in
us the
normal.
lines. But right, it's the other things as well. But
it's
the
got to be a normal
topo map we
subdivision
have
plan.
has everything that this sketch plan has on,
Correct.
with the topo on it.
And I just want to be clear, I see that there is a topo map, but I expect that if the planning board's going to approve this, that it needs to be like a normal, subdivision plan map.
Yep.
Okay.
And Mark,
You have to have your grading and everything on there.
All
Right.
that. Yeah.
Mark, where all these houses are, the proposed houses, are those all open fields?
Yes, the areas that are there are either open or cleared.
Okay, including lot 4?
Including lot 4, yes.
Okay. All right.
And then I guess at some point we do a site visit, but I think it's a little early for that now.
And it's kind of icy up there, I'm sure, but
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to go. It's a little cold though.
all right. So I think we're done unless anybody else from the board has some comments to make. There's still a lot of work to do on it. And Surian, you have a final comment?
I have just a question. So what's the meaning of CL abbreviation?
Say that again.
What does it mean in CL?
CL of former public road. What does CL mean?
Center line.
Ah,
line.
okay, okay, got it. Thank you.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yep.
It connects to the center line on the other side that you identified, Liz. Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the next project. Does anybody want to take a brief break? 5 minutes?
Okay.
Yeah.
5-minute break where we convene at, 10:25.
Rick, I will unrecuse myself as of 10:21 p.m.
Okay, and Zach?
Welcome back.
Yes, I'll unrecuse myself too.
Okay, thank you. So we're on hold for 5 minutes.
Hey, Rick.
Yes, Patrick?
You're still not, not unmuted. You're not unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Still, yes.
Okay, yeah,
I didn't know if you wanted, I didn't know if you wanted to be private or not.
Oh, no, thank you, Patrick. No, I have nobody to, I have no dogs to bark or anything else. Okay, we're gonna get started again. So if the board, folks from the board are hopefully back. Liz, are you there? Yes, I see Liz. I'm gonna get started. This is, the next project is, project proposed by Thomas McCarthy. It's been typed as a major subdivision. It's in the business zoning district. It is, I'm sure everybody on the board is familiar with the location. It's right next to the new Valero station along Route 209, the closest cross street. There we go. The closest cross street is Queens Highway. And it's a proposed 4-lot subdivision of 4 residential houses. So, Mr. McCarthy, I think I saw you on screen before. Are you there?
I'm here. How are you guys?
Okay, we're good. Thank you. Are you representing yourself, or do you have?
I am.
Okay. Is your surveyor here or not?
I'm not too sure if they are online right now.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to do what we've done in the past. I have a couple of, I think, key comments. Well, some might be key, some are just small,
okay.
small items. And then I'm going to go around the board for their comments. And
sounds good. Nice to meet all of you, by the way.
Oh,
thank you. I'll thank you for that. Nice to meet you. So easy ones first. We need a deed. I didn't see a deed in the file, so we need a deed for this property. And I'll rattle through a bunch of questions. And again, you can make notes and wait for the whole board, or after individual members speak, you can comment.
Yes, sir.
I was unclear. It's in a business district. There's 4 homes projected here. I was unclear because I thought I read somewhere in one of the documents you had presented that one of the lots might be a commercial. You might turn into a commercial lot. My only comment to that is we really, in my opinion, this board needs to know exactly what you're doing here. Primarily because of the location where you put the driveways. We have indicated that you would like the driveways for lot 1 and lot 4, which leads me into my next comment, which is fairly major. I think you'll believe that it is, at least. The part of our code provides, let me get the exact code, that where there's direct access being proposed onto this route, specifically Route 209, and you're proposing 2 access points. If the board agrees that that's appropriate, you still have to go to get DOT approval, because this is a state DOT road. But even before that, the town code provides that if there's an alternate access that can be provided for these lots, that alternate access has to be used instead of Route 209. So in my mind, there is alternate access. It's Queens Highway. So my first comment is I would much prefer, perhaps even insist, that access to all these lots be, since they're residential, be provided from Queens Highway. There's plenty of land along, or spots along Queens Highway. You'd have to deal with the highway department to make sure you have the proper driveway distance from the shared road for lots 2, 4, and 1. You could probably still have the proposed driveway for lot 3. You might have to move it up a little bit further up Queens Highway. But the other 3 lots, they are residential, and just don't want to see, from a town perspective, anything coming out to 209. I'm sure you may be thinking, well, I'll just get the DOT to approve it. Well, before you go to the DOT, the town, in essence, or at least myself, I don't know how the board feels about it, is saying you have alternate access for these 3 lots on Queens Highway, and the town code allows us to request that. Now, I'm going to defer at some point, and Mary Lou may need to take this offline to interpret that, but that's my first major comment. The second major comment that I have is this map is great. It is missing some of the elevations. The topos are there, but there's no elevations. I can't tell, for the most part. I can tell where it's going up or down, but I don't know at what elevations, what the slope is. So we need a couple of elevation lines. I may just be missing them. And then on some maps I've seen wetlands. Certainly there's wetlands in the upper left-hand corner delineated by that blue line, which is the limits of the floodplain, I believe, and the wetlands are within the floodplain. But then some of the maps that I've seen have suggested that there are also wetlands in other parts of the property. And I'm going to defer to our planner who either has or will be looking at some of the more detailed maps. So I'm going to stop there. It's also in the AP overlay zone. That's the Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone. So that needs to be on the map as well, that overlay zone. And I'm going to stop there and go around the board to the other board members. I think I'm going to start with Sam. Sam, would you like to comment?
Yeah, you basically covered everything that I was gonna. I agree with you about the driveway. If lot 1 is going to be a commercial, then I think that could have access on 209. But if it's going to be residential, I think I agree that coming off of Queens Highway is preferable, maybe even mandatory, like you said. And then all of the wetlands and the topography seem like the most important things for us to look at here. To me, just making sure we know exactly where those wetland boundaries are. And it looks like this site plan, this sketch plan avoids the steep slope areas of the parcel, but just wanting to maybe look at that a little more closely as we move on, especially with any grading for driveways.
Sure. Mark, do you have any comments about this project? Mark, you're probably still muted.
I'm sorry, here I am. Mr. McCarthy, can you confirm that these driveways have already been installed? Is that true?
The 3 of the driveways have been installed.
Okay.
Two on Queens that have been installed from permits have been issued from the town, and DOT was out for the one on 209 also.
Gotcha.
Now, we were just debating the one off of 209 to come back to that house there for my daughter. We were under the anticipation that the being 800-900 feet from Queens Highway all the way back to that dwelling just would be a little bit far. So that's why we were trying to have the access from there for her house.
And the DOT is requiring that you pave the apron, is that true?
Well, they're 12 feet in.
Yep, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
On lot number 2, you have it, what it looks like. It shows the existing driveway as we know it's been installed, but it looks like there's a cutoff. Is that proposed to be another shared driveway to go to lot number 3, or was that just a turnaround?
What I did is there was no access because of how deep the ditch is off of Queens. So what I did is I put that one in first just to be able to get be in with a truck and not parked on Queens. And the real one is going to be the longer one that would go back to my house, which is on the 10 acres.
Makes sense. So then you won't need a
I
shared
actually
driveway.
I wasted some money.
That's okay, I understand. So you will not need a shared driveway agreement then, as you confirm lot 2 and 3 will not connect. Okay.
Correct. They'll all be individuals.
Okay. Lot number 4, is that exactly 50 feet on the road frontage side for 209?
It's a little bit, it's 50.83, I believe.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that was the only reason we thought it would be easier versus having that driveway come 900 feet across the back of the property. Electric lines, 900 feet. blacktop pavement. That was the whole reason to have it there. And obviously the town, which we would look into, lot 1, I mean, we're from Highland, and I know that it would be nice to have some kind of something there.
Right. And then the only other concern I had is potentially entertaining the idea of taking the home on lot number 3 and shifting it closer towards the 209 side to get it a little bit higher on that knoll. Potentially just moving the house to the other side of the driveway rather than in its current spot, just to, again, keep that 100-foot buffer nice and pure, potentially moving that septic potentially away, just a little bit more away, although it does meet the code. That was my only comments. Rick, I'm all set.
Martin, do you have it? Mark, we're going to be coming back because my basic premise is that those driveways, it's unfortunate you did the driveways already, but those driveways on 209 don't work because there's an alternate route to get to all of these lots. But, we're going to need to seek some legal advice here from Mary Lou on that part of the code. Maren?
I have my same comment that I had previously. They shouldn't have put any of these driveways or done any of the clearing. So in theory, I know we're not a violation. We don't do violations, but it should be brought up to the code enforcement office that they should not have done the land disturbance they did until they had approval of the subdivision. Because we could not, in theory, approve any of this, and they've already disturbed the land. So that is not allowed. And I just don't think it's very good faith when I see that. We need the 100-foot setbacks from, it's a named trout stream.
Momacus?
Yep. So you need 100-foot setbacks. So that needs to be delineated. You also have a lot of riparian buffers, Rick, on that what is the lot in the upper lot 3?
Yeah.
A lot of the location up there has riparian buffers, wetlands. There are DEC and AOC. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needs to go on the map. We're not really there yet.
I think they marked the federal wetland on there. They did the floodplains, and they also marked the buffer on the stream, if I'm correct. I think I see the note there. But lot 4, the 100-foot buffer is definitely within the realm of that dwelling, the proposed, but I'll
No,
have the
not
survey.
4, lot, I mean,
Lot
a part
3?
of lot
3.
3.
Lot 3, correct?
So the question goes, guys, to the rest of us, are we looking at possible or probable wetlands? Are we looking at riparian buffers? Are we looking at the floodplain?
Well, let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
It looks like, unless there's wetlands that aren't on this map, and I wasn't able to find them on some of the other maps, where the houses actually are. So let's forget about that issue right now. I'm going to ask our planner to tell us if there are wetlands that just didn't get marked for some reason. But that blue line says, Sam, can you make that bigger? I think that blue line says the limits of the floodplain.
Right, but it's got nothing to do with the 100-foot setback. I think you can see it. It's just very hard when you're looking. I mean, I think Mr. McCarthy is right that but it says limit of federal wetlands, but I don't know. It's limit of federal wetlands. It doesn't show a 100-foot buffer
Right, we need 100 feet from there.
from there.
Right.
And it's 100 feet from the high water mark of the river. So this has to be done by somebody who knows how to do this.
Oh, wait, it's right above it, Maren. Do you see the notes above it? Limits of federal wetlands along the top of the creek bank?
That's limits of federal wetlands, but you need a 100-foot buffer from the high water mark if it is a named.
Yeah,
In the trout stream, you're right.
Right, yeah, which is
So we don't
separate.
have that.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that-
basically, it's going through more of the, it's 11 o'clock at night and I'm not gonna run through all of the
No, that's okay.
design
got it.
criteria and stuff, but
I got it.
it's 125-21G subdivision of lands locating the fee. And this is for Liz to go through and write her report really and add what we need.
Okay, I'm gonna go, since it is late, I'm gonna go to the next person on the board for comment. Zorian, do you have any comments?
No, I basically agree what was said before me. But hoping at least we bring everything in order.
Okay, Anne Marie, do you have any comments?
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. McCarthy. This looks, this map, I see what we have here. I'm just concerned about lot 1. That is super dangerous to have a driveway in that section. And that's just from living up here the majority of my
Correct.
life. So I know it's tough to get, I mean, it's nice to be set off the road like that, but it's going to be a bitch to get in and to get out of. It's just the way it is. And when they plow the road for the snow, they just plow it. And that might block your driveway. So you might want to consider all the different types of weather, but I would love to see, a personal preference, a driveway somewhere else that would be safer access to
Now-
that home, maybe from Queens Highway. But again, that's just an opinion, because Route 209 is very dangerous.
Correct. Now, we are with lot 1. I would love for a business to go in there, just like you have Valero right next to us. But we're just getting a proposal here to get out there for just the Board of Health, everything, because we'd like to get our house in is really our main contrast.
Okay, all right, I can see that.
I think to speed this up, I know I didn't call on Patrick chime in at any point. I think, Mr. McCarthy, I think the primary issue is, I don't see that this planning board is going to approve any driveways off 209, since you do have access on off of Queens Highway to all of these lots. Now, one of the board members indicated that if that lot 1 became commercial, I could see that it's commercial. You would have, the DOT would have to pass on egress and exit and entrance. And then, as somebody else said, the other 3 lots could be accessed on a shared driveway. But right now, 2 residential lots coming in on 209, from the town's perspective, is just not in accordance with our code.
And just having its own driveway for that the lot 4 is not, you'd rather have a shared driveway there than having their own?
No, what I'd rather see, lot 3
is off of Queens.
Lot 3 has a driveway, that's fine.
Lot 2.
But then lots 1, 2, and 4 would all come off the same shared driveway that's coming off of Queens Highway. So there'd be no access onto 209. I take Anne Marie summarized it real well. 209 is 60 miles an hour at that point, 55, 60 miles an hour. And it's just not consistent with our code, written a while ago to prevent the explosion of driveways along 209. So I think a lot of, I don't know if the board, I know one board member said he was kind of okay with it, but I think the majority of the board is not okay with those 2 driveways. So I think you need to go back, sit
So
with your.
what if it's gonna be commercial? What if the business, I wanted to put the business in there?
If you then you'd have to reapply because you applied.
Yeah, well, I know that, but
You can do
for
that.
now, we're doing a proposal for just the residential for.
So if you were to say that lot 1, in my mind, was going to be commercial, then the other, and then lot 3 could have its own driveway, and then lots 2 and 4 would have a shared driveway off of Queens Highway. I think that could work.
Okay, so you're pretty much saying you would like that the 50-foot right of way coming into that back lot is, and you'd like to have a common driveway for lot. So me and my daughter would have a common driveway on the 2 and 4 is what you're looking.
Basically, it would be one at means of entrance where there would be a shared. So your driveway would go to your house, and then the driveway would continue to go to what you're proposing as your daughter's house.
Yeah,
And since we have the availability here, you don't think it would
Well,
be
it's
better to be
just-
separate?
So if you go to our town's just general zoning code, it's chapter 140, section 17, and then it's part G, and it's access to State Route 209. And I'm just reading from it. No tract shall be provided access to Route 209 if adequate alternate access can be provided by way of another road, a frontage, or parallel access drive or cross access drive. So that's pretty black and white.
It
So
is. It
basically,
is. I see what you're saying
yeah.
there. I just
So basically, we
don't you think
can't
that 900?
do it.
I just think 800 feet is pretty far from Queens Highway. It's 800 feet, and from here to there, it's only 300 feet. Don't you?
I'm just
just
reading
think-
you what the code says. My
I'm sure.
personal, yeah. So, and perhaps our attorney has a different read of that, but it seems like it's a pretty black and white thing.
It's
that
pretty.
if
I see
there's-
what your
yeah.
rule is.
Yeah.
I just think that just not to have it that far is just. I just think that's what we're trying to go. I mean, I would love for the front lot to be some kind of commercial lot, something in there. So for now, I was just trying to get it approved as a Board of Health lot so we could continue with the process.
Yeah, I'd suggest if you just look at that section of the code and read it carefully, maybe there's a way, I'm looking at it quickly because this is the first review, and that just
Thank you.
comes out as a black and white thing. Maybe if you read it more carefully or have an attorney look at it or something, maybe there's a way through it that I don't see, but.
Okay. I guess that's
Just
And-
so we're
and
not,
I
we're
can
not
look at
making it
that
up.
with, I can look at that with Liz as well to see
yeah.
if we feel, that it can be read in a
So-
way that
yeah.
would allow that 209 access, because I definitely see what you're saying. That's a heck of a long shared
Blacktop.
driveway.
electric underground. Yeah, that's what we were meaning. That's why we were trying to be simple with everything here. So
Yeah.
So, Mr. McCarthy, what it might turn out to be, and I'm not saying this is how it will be, but it might turn out that the lot in the back, 4 and lot 1, all come off a shared driveway. And then the other 2 lots come off of a single shared driveway.
off of Queens.
That means that you can't have a commercial. I don't see you being able to have a commercial entity on that lot 1. If you're going to put a commercial entity on that lot 1, then you've got to have the 3 residentials, in my mind, coming all off of Queens Highway. And that was unless Mary Lou.
Yeah, I
along
want to
with-
look at that a little more because I'm
Okay.
not sure
I
that,
thought we had at one point in time allowed a private residential, at least once, off of a commercial driveway.
That's a good point, Patrick.
yeah, I'm almost thinking about, what about kind of redoing this a bit so that 1 and 4 have a shared driveway off of 209. And Mr. McCarthy, you said that you have the DOT approvals for the curb cuts already?
Yeah, John from DOT came out for the one off of 2. Yep, and
Okay.
the other 2 are through the town of Akron.
So you don't have approval from the DOT for lot 1 driveway cut?
I only
Yes.
put the one access for the flag lot for now.
Okay.
Okay, so you didn't do the other one yet.
No, we
Okay,
were
I'm
just-
sorry.
I was
I
trying to get into
misunderstood,
the
so
lots and I
thank
didn't
you.
want to park on 209 because of the traffic. So I just put the
Sure.
pipe in to get the access in there to be convenient. So no trucks or nothing was in the way.
Okay, I want to look at our provision, to make sure that I read that the same way
Okay.
as you, Rick and Sam. And I definitely understand the concern about too many driveways coming out on 209 and the preference by the town to not have them. But I just want to look a little bit further
I would
to
appreciate
see if
that. Thank you.
that really means only when you have a frontage on 2 highways, one 209 and one another, that you go to Queens in this case. I don't know if it prohibits you from making a lot that has access only to 209, but I will look into that.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
so much.
I'll go back and look at the history.
All right, so Ms. McCarthy, I would suggest that you don't do any more work on this property until we sort this out. Unless you've
Yeah,
got
not
money
talk to Liz.
unless you've got money to burn, in which case,
No, sir.
In which
no,
case,
sir.
they just put in
we
that,
can help you burn
that
it if you want.
800-foot driveway.
Right, no more. We're coming from Highland. We're not coming far.
And is Liz reviewing this one, Rick?
Yes, Liz, I want you to review this one.
Can I make a few comments when everybody else is done?
Yes, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say, when I looked at this map, I was very pleased. It's
Thank you, Liz.
it's really well done. I have not seen this person do maps before. It's clear. A lot of stuff was covered. There's still a lot more to be covered. But
okay.
just as a planner looking, oh, we got a state road. We've got Queens Highway, which I guess is town, not county. And the first thing I thought of is kind of where I think everybody was just getting to anyway, was that lot 4 and 1 could share a driveway. And lots 2 and 3 could also share a driveway. In fact, on lot 2, there appears to be some sort of an existing driveway that looks like it wants to be shared. Because it comes in kind of on a nice curve, and it's got a little offshoot that goes off at a decent grade. So that's my take on access. And, you know, I did look at lot 1. I looked at this whole thing thinking to myself, wow, this is in a business district. And these are all proposed residences, but technically they could be businesses. The lot requirements are the same, whether it's residential or non-residential. But the layout matters. And I think shared access would go a long way toward making it possible for lot 1 to be commercial next to a residence, but it has to be done so that there's safety. That's the main thing. And the shared driveway is a way of accomplishing that. So just a couple things. I was also pleased. I did take a look at all the natural resources, and I think they're generally pretty well covered. When I pulled what is called the full short EAF mapper blank form, it's a platform that the state puts together with all the resources to give people a heads up on when you're doing an environmental assessment form, what might be there. So it looks like there's archaeological sensitivity. I'm spitballing that it's probably in the corner where you have the foundation remains. There are some nearby historical sites. And so I think that should be looked at. Typically what happens is your surveyor will make a submittal showing the plans to the state agency that reviews these things. And there's a way to do it online just to get some kind of response from them. Let's see. I think we should have a steep slopes map. And we're going to need grading, drainage, erosion, sedimentation control, limits of disturbance, and all that. It looks like there's some meadow areas, some wooded areas, so we'll need to see that. And of course, I would always strongly urge, if there are any big trees or wooded areas near any of the road frontages, that those be retained to the extent practicable. You are near adjacent agricultural district land, so we'll need the right to farm note. And I'll write this all in my review based on code and the town's checklist. And, you know, honestly, you know, I think the only way that you could have 3 lots come off of Queens Highway would be to really notably reconfigure the home sites and the depth of the lots to make it so that you wouldn't have a huge long driveway going out there. So those are my big issues. And I would like to, confer with Mary Lou about, what is the most practical, reasonable application of that zoning thing that Rick pointed out to me. I was just made aware of it. Thank you for that, Rick. And it matters. I don't know what's adjacent to Lot 1. I didn't really, it's owned by Lucky Petroleum. Is there anything that's, it's what?
It's the new Valero
gas station.
It is, okay.
Gas station.
It
So-
doubles as a helicopter pad at night with all the lights.
Okay. I mean,
Rick, the lights are facing the right way though. The property is still dark behind it.
I mean, one thing to think about for Lot 1 also, design this so that there's a shared access, but it's also possible that there would be an opportunity for a shared access to go through Lucky Petroleum in the long run.
Behind Lucky Petroleum is what you're saying.
No, like shared to the frontage that you can't.
Oh, okay. Just
You know,
the way
you
they did it. They have single access there and they have access going out on Queens.
Right. And look, even with a commercial development, we're looking at one tonight, you don't want too many driveways going out onto a state road. Nobody follows the speed limit and it's 55 in a lot of places. I mean, you really don't even want that if it's a commercial business. You don't want to have 3 points of access where people are coming and going
Gotcha.
opposite other driveways. So it is all about safety, but there may be a way to do this that would address.
We're
So
open
Liz,
to
you're gonna
issues.
summarize all
That's
this.
the best thing for everybody.
Liz, you're going to summarize all of this, and I think the next steps then to move on. Mr. McCarthy, I appreciate your patience and your understanding as we try to work this through. So I think the next step is for Mary Lou to consult with Liz and vice versa, and see if we can figure out a way to make this work better. So, Mr. McCarthy, I don't see this being on the agenda again in February because I do think there's maybe, but I think there's a lot of work that may have to be done in reconfiguring the map, and that involves your surveyor. You have 3 weeks between now and the next meeting to get new information to us in time for the board to review it. So I think it's safe to say that we're done for tonight, have a lot of input. We need to work on it jointly, and we'll talk over the next week or two as to what the possibility is of being on the agenda in February with something different from what you're showing here, because it doesn't work the way it is right now. And the only question is how much change do we need to make to it?
Okay.
I would strongly suggest for cost and time efficiency, if, I want to try to get my review out right away.
Thank you. I appreciate
just
it. And
treat
I'll
all
call,
the
and I'll call
questions.
Peg. I'll get the surveyors. Everybody's, the team's ready to go. So you just let me know kind of what we need to try to do and we'll work together.
Okay, thank you.
I'm open-minded. I appreciate it. Nice meeting all you. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice
Good night. Good night.
Okay, next project. The first project.
Hello.
It's Robert Frisch here.
I am. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for having me this evening. I'm happy to give a brief overview of the property if the board would like to hear it. I'm zooming in tonight from Ithaca, New York.
So why don't you tell us what you're trying to accomplish here?
Sure. So it's a 17.5 acre parcel that we'd like to subdivide into 3 lots. It's almost all forested and gently sloping. It's currently vacant. There is a small, short little stone driveway up there on the north corner of the parcel that leads to electric service. We don't have immediate plans to build anything on here, but the kind of midterm vision This will be our primary residence, so we can be down closer to our in-laws who live in High Falls, and our kids can grow up together. So we'd like to build our primary residence here, and our in-laws who are, I think, also on the Zoom call right now, would build their homes here as well. So it's certainly a sketch plan. We've been in to speak with the building inspector, and he let us know that he'd like to see at least areas where houses and driveways could go, which is what's drawn on this map that you're looking here. But we're certainly open to moving those around as the board would like. As far as we know, there are no New York State or federal wetlands, no protected streams on the property. It is on a private road, and I've been on the call all night and watching the other applications as well. So I do have some questions about that. I'm sure you all will as well, and looking forward to answering anything else. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frisch. I'm going to actually not say anything to start off with. I'm going to start with Sam, and I'll do the wrap up this time. So Sam, do you want to start?
Yeah, just this is a great start. We will just need, all the things. Topo, the overlays of, any wetlands, core forest, everything we have on our checklist. We're just going to want to see more information. It's hard to tell, just from the straightforward 2D map what the lay of the land is.
Topo, what detail do you need? Can I take it from publicly available information, or do I need a survey crew out there to do?
You don't have to. It's you can. I think you can get it from publicly available information. You don't have to do your own survey, but it's 2-foot contours that we usually ask for.
Thanks.
And that's it for now. There's nothing that raises eyebrows for me at this point, but there's a lot to fill in before we can really know what it is.
So I am going to jump in, even though I said I wouldn't. You asked a great question. Where do you get the information? You have a surveyor, and we have an elaborate application form that presumably he picked up or you picked up. And one of the sections of the application form lists in detail what a minor subdivision needs. And unless you're a surveyor or an engineer who knows a surveyor, your surveyor should be reading that in detail, and it tells him everything that needs to be done. If he's not, and so if you wind up coming back here every week and we keep telling you, but you forgot this, you forgot that, you forgot this, it's not because we made it up, it's because it's already been written down and your surveyor didn't do it. So you're at a juncture of, I tell my surveyor to read whatever it is that the town has in their application form and tell him to do it. I'll help him. Some of the material is not germane to this project, I'm sure, but much of it is. And when it's done, you should come back rather than come back and listen to us say, but you forgot this, you forgot that. So it's that kind of drill. And as I said, unless you're a surveyor yourself or an engineer who knows a surveyor, you're not going to be able to do this by yourself.
Sure.
And I'll stop there. Except little things like a deed in that application form. You need a deed. We need to see that. Yada, yada, yada. Maren, I'm going to go to you next.
Rick, you sort of covered it. I mean, we really have to look at the code and just do everything that needs to be done. I mean, like you said, to sit and go through the list of everything right now, it's on the website. You go on eCode and you look at a subdivision and you say the town of Rochester, chapter 125, which is subdivision code, and go through everything that is there and get it on the maps for us. And then we can start looking at it. And until then, we're sort of spinning our wheels. So
can you talk a little bit about the private road issue that you mentioned on some other similar projects?
if it is a private road,
It is,
Oh,
yeah.
shared driveway.
And if it was a subdivision before, then everybody else who has access to that private road has to sign off
Oh, right.
and say, yes, they're okay with this subdivision.
Hmm.
Yes, they're okay with these changes because everybody owns the private road. The town doesn't own the private road, and so you basically need all your buddies on the private road to say, yep, this is fine, you can do it. And if they all said, no, we don't want you to do it, then you've got some issues to work through.
And does it need to meet both of those conditions? It certainly is a private road. I'm not aware if it was a subdivision previously.
Well, usually if it's a private road, it was a subdivision because there's no other reason to have a private road, then it'd just be a driveway. It's one of those sort of a rhetorical tautology, that are going through there. So it probably was. So but that is once again something that either your surveyor could look up, or I don't know, Liz, Mary Lou could look up better to double check. But usually if it's a private road, the only reason you have a private road is to do a subdivision.
Makes sense. And is there a specific code to follow in terms of distance from our parcel, or form letters I need to put in the mail? If we don't get any responses from anyone, where does that
If
leave
you
us?
send it out and you don't get any, usually the surveyor or your civil engineer, whoever could do this for you. But if you make a best effort and nobody responds, then we pretty much take it as you did a good effort. Nobody said they cared or didn't care. So you've informed everybody. You've shown your map you did here nicely, and you informed anybody. So you're good to go. Yeah, you don't have to hunt them down with a posse and say, come on, you just have to write a letter saying we're planning to do this. Here's what it looks like. We would like to know if you have any, I think we have some form letters that have been done for previous people that the planning board secretary could get to you.
That would be helpful.
Maren, if I could jump in. So Mr. Frisch, the things that need to be done on this map, again, you need somebody with some expertise, a surveyor or an engineer, to advise you. And the private road issue is an important one, but more important are things, or equally important, and first steps are things like marking the topos, indicating whether or not that this is a wooded area, whether there's habitat core lands. Is this actually where you're going to put the houses? And if so, then the driveways then need to meet code. I guess it looks like the meets and bounds are here for the most part, although I don't see anything. The two dividing lines, the line between lot 3 and 2 and 2 and 1, there's no meets and bounds on that line. So there is an enormous amount of work that needs to be done on this. And I'm assuming that you're not a surveyor.
You are correct. I am not.
Okay, but you have a surveyor.
Yes.
And Maren was right about the private road. It's easier. It's always nice at midnight to read town code if you're bored enough, and I would encourage you to do so. But there's a summary of everything that you need to do in that package that either you got or your surveyor got, and certainly he's familiar with it, that tells you point by point by point what needs to be done.
Right.
If you need for somebody to go through it with you or to tell you where it is, again, you can.
It's in the application packet on the town website.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we I figured since the town road issue seemed like a hurdle, that I'd like to get by that first before we spent a ton of money on the actual map. So I'm glad to be able to talk to the board first before going down that. Do I need the detailed map with all of the points you've mentioned before I go out to the neighbors?
I would go to the neighbors first if I were you, because if you don't have the neighbors' input, then you're going to be spending money and you might not necessarily need to. If all the neighbors say, no, you can't do this, or we're not going to agree to this, you got to probably start over with a new plan, I would assume.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with Mark.
Great. Yeah, that form letter for the neighbor or something I could look at would be helpful.
Yeah, the planning board secretary should have something
Yeah.
that we've used in the past.
It's not so much a form letter that we have out, but she'll have examples that other people have done.
Right. We just did one for Montalvo. Right, Maren? Is that the one that we?
No, it was another group of Italians, Mr. Italian Grasso. It was, it was Montalvo. You're right. It was Montalvo. You're right.
Yeah, Terry Ringler did it for
It
Montalvo.
was
So we have
exactly
one. We have
Visconti
one.
and Montalvo. Yes.
Right. We have one recent that was done within the past, let's call it 8 months.
Yep.
Okay, so Liz, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. But one thing I want to say is, I don't know if this is a piece of land that has been purchased or not, but when somebody purchased this piece of land, if due diligence was done as part of the real estate transaction, there should have been something about access to the private road. I guess that would be a good starting point. Yeah, there are a lot of things in the minor subdivision checklist that remain to be done. That's part of the subdivision application packet. I found, let's see, there are habitat core areas on the site and biologically important areas on the site. But also I did notice, I went on to the environmental resource mapper platform. It's a New York State DEC mapping platform, and there is a stream that goes across the site. And it appears to kind of bisect, hang on a second here. It looks like at some point it might cross under your road. So there definitely is a stream there.
On which lot, Liz?
Oh, I don't know which lot it's on. I can email the map, but it's Deer Haven Road continues, I think, along the side of this site.
Okay.
But the stream crosses Deer Haven Road before it gets to the site, comes into the site and sort of the leg area, and then goes back out. So, I mean, but that's something, that the surveyor should be able to figure out. I had intended to do some kind of a review, Rick, and it would be based on the checklist. And then at the end of it, it would defer to code review later when I have more information. Does that sound all right with you?
That sounds good.
Just looking to see an
Mr.
EAF.
Frisch, Liz is our planner, so.
Oh, I'm
she's gonna
sorry.
She's gonna do a review and she'll issue a letter, which will list a lot of the things and explain a lot of the things that we've been talking about.
Yeah, my apologies for not introducing myself. Liz Axelson, planner from CPL.
Great,
On
thank
behalf
you.
of the board. So I'll do a curtailed write-up. I won't go because I'd just be listing the things. But I'll point things out from the checklist and then defer over to the code for a subsequent review.
That'd be great.
But I think the board has given you excellent guidance in saying, find out what the deal is with the private road access and whether you can add more driveways. That's a very important item.
As we know, there is no existing road maintenance agreement. So it's ad hoc, there's only a couple houses currently on the road.
Okay, then in that case, we're very likely going to require a road maintenance agreement because we have to make sure emergency vehicles can get to you. Should God forbid there be a problem. So you may have to talk to them about that too. And if they don't want to participate, you may end up taking up the entire expense of the maintenance. So something for you to consider.
So it's required that there be an existing road maintenance agreement on a private road?
Yes, yeah. And I think that, it may be this private road was formed between different homeowners long ago before there were subdivision regulations. And we find that from time to time, but we have to make sure that there is good access for emergency vehicles, especially from the public road up the private road to your homes. to your lots.
And more users should make it a little bit more cost effective.
Right, if they will participate.
Right.
Right, it could be the guy at the end just plows the whole thing because that's how he gets to his house.
I think something like that.
Right, it may just be that there's friendly neighbors who have worked it out over the years, but for us to approve more lots, now that you're before us, we have to make sure we have an agreement.
Up to code. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're done on this one.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry to keep you up so late. Have a good night.
It's
Yeah,
not
we
your
kept
fault.
Thank
You
you.
up so late. Us up so late.
Have a good evening.
At least you didn't have to drive here.
Okay, I think we're up to Lucky Petroleum.
And Liz, this is a different Lucky Petroleum site, not
I
the one
know. I found that out. I was all excited. Oh, it's so close. And no, I found it.
Okay, who's here for Lucky Petroleum?
Yes, good evening. My name is Qatar. I'm an engineer of Pretorius and Conrad, and I'm here to represent Mr. Chima for his Lucky Petroleum proposed gas station renovation or site renovation.
Okay, so why don't you tell us, give us a summary of what you're doing?
Well, it's an existing roughly 3.4 acres that houses multi-buildings, 3 buildings. One of them is being residential and 2 are commercial. The building that one commercial building is basically the gas station itself, and then there's a multi-use commercial building next to it, and then there's a single or 2-family house that also exists on the same lot. The proposed action is to do a site renovation that will involve the demolition or the removal of the gas station building and relocating that to a little bit deeper into the lot, rebuilding it, and using the same kind of like use, which is a mini mart or just a gas station convenience store. In addition to a part of that will be a drive-through for a proposed Dunkin' Donuts. The site currently is accessed through Route 209. It's kind of like a wide open, free for all, kind of like an access. There's so many multiple points to get into the site. The proposed action we're doing is basically to channelize more in and out of the site by doing a 2-way main entry and just a 1-way out only for the drive-through lane. We proposed the information through a plan set or site plan set that we have submitted to the town. You see part of it on the screen right now. It kind of like shows the number of parking to cover the area there, and circulation of the drive-through, location of the new building, some elevations, basically topographic information. The area that we're actually working on is within the existing disturbed area. We're just disturbing an additional area in the back where we're putting the building. It's in the grass area. We're not touching any of the wooded area in the back of the lot. The garbage is going to be housed on site. We're also having an enclosure there for it, and we provided a detail of what that would look like, and some landscaping. Tried to cover as much information as we can through our first submittal, and then I have I'm be willing to have any questions, or I can provide any information if you have any comments.
Yeah, I have quite a number of comments that I'd like to start with, and then we'll ask the board. Are you doing anything with the building in the middle where the laundromat is, or is
No,
that going to remain?
Currently just staying as is.
That's going to stay as. So broad brush, broad picture. There's a couple of, I'll call them extra pages, extra map pages that are going to be necessary. One that deals with lighting. And we have an extensive lighting code that adheres to, I'll call it dark skies lighting efforts. It's all there in the code. So typically what we see in a site plan like this is a separate sheet that details the kind of fixtures that are going to be used around the site, on the pumps, on the sides of the building, the whole 9 yards. And all of the lights, what runs common through all the lights is that they're all downward facing. And they're not floodlights, spotlights. They don't shine on the traffic. They don't shine on the nearby properties, so on and so forth. So we need a detailed.
May I ask a question about the lighting? Because I understand the need for that. We normally do have a photometric plan that gets provided with the site. But in this particular case, I wasn't really sure if you're gonna, I mean, the photometric plan that I'm going, that I can provide would provide all the proposed lights that's going on a new building and the canopy. But I'm not sure if you're also looking for us. I mean, we're not doing any upgrades to the existing lighting on the existing building. Is that going to be part of what you're looking for, or?
I'm looking for, you're taking a building down, so you're going to be putting new lights on the new building. The parking is all being reorganized, and so you're going to have different lights to light up the parking lot. There's code around, how much lighting you need around parking spots. There's, we typically on a project like this need to see what the overall lighting is on the project to ensure that there's not too much light.
Okay.
Okay, so I think is the non-electrician way of saying that. And again, typically on a project like this, depending upon the hours of the business, Mary Lou, catch me where I'm going off base legally, but if the hours are 5 in the morning to 10 at night, we expect most of the lights, except for that you need for security, to be turned off or dimmed significantly. If this is a 24-hour site, that's something different. I don't know whether it is or not, but we don't want this to look like an airport, is what I'm saying. So that's one set of lighting plans that we need, detailed lighting plans. Second thing that we need, go ahead,
We
Mary Lou.
need existing and proposed,
Thank you.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
because there is existing on the building that's not coming down. Thank you.
And
Yes,
Rick,
and-
also in our code, Qatar, if you look, it tells what the maximum lumens at the edge of the property are and the
Okay.
maximum lumens. So it'll give you photometric criteria that you can work with when you do a lumens photometric.
Thank you, Maren. We're also going to need a landscape plan. I did see you indicated that you'd be planting trees, but we have an extensive section on landscaping. They need to be native plants. We want to see exactly what you're using and literally a chart with all of the species that you use, species of plants, of trees, of shrubs. You're probably not going to want to have huge trees at the edge of the right on 209 because it just creates, people can't see the place when they get bigger. So that might be shrubs, but in the back, there's an opportunity for planting of trees. So I think you have some plantings noted here, but we need them all identified as the
Rick,
genus and
I'm
species.
sorry to interrupt, but that's also very specific. If you go into 140 dash, I believe it is 17 landscaping, it has, you have to have a 20-foot landscape strip in front. So that should be in front of the old building that's not coming down. The new one, it tells the number of trees you have to have per, I think it is 1 tree per 35 feet. It tells the size of the tree. So if you look at that, you'll pretty much get all the guidance of what you need for landscaping also.
It's 140-15.
15.
Yeah.
Yes.
The lighting, Qatar, the lighting is 140-20. Signage, 140-21. What kind of signs are you keeping? What new ones are you bringing in?
Currently, there's currently a monument, a sign at the entry there. And what we're looking to do is probably organize the signs and come up with maybe like a shared sign for all the businesses to be in it. We can look at the section and see if we can propose something that follows the town regulations.
Okay, yep, it's all there in what I say, section 140-21. And then with the parking, I couldn't tell from what you presented whether you followed the code. Certainly the number of parking spots, I believe there's enough here. for the new building, you needed 17, and I think you provided that. But I couldn't tell whether you, whether they were 10 by 20 or 8 by 18. The code says 10 by 20, each of the spots.
I'm page 4, we show a typical detail of 9 by 18. I wasn't aware that the town of Rochester requires 10 by 20.
Yeah, we require 10 by 20.
Okay.
And much prefer 10 by 20.
We can revise these to 10 by 20.
Which may mean that you're gonna have to push some of the parking back further or find other spots to put it. Because it's tight
We can
now.
also give a waiver if there's too much parking.
I was just
Too
gonna,
much
yes,
parking.
and the other thing is, I mean, we do have a planting strip and wide sidewalks around the building, so we can push that to the 2 extra feet to get the 20. When you say the waiver, is the waiver like on the number of parking or the waiver on the dimension of parking spot? Because 20 by 10 is quite a bit.
I was gonna say, most of my, a number of communities, I saw that it's 10 by 20, and if that's what the town wants, that's fine. But a lot of communities have gone to 9 by 18 just to kind of minimize how much parking there is. On the other
Yeah.
hand, people drive trucks, so.
I was gonna say, right. In our community, as I tell the board, we're
Yep.
not like some of our surrounding
That's right.
communities. We have more pickup trucks and
Yep.
extended pickup trucks
Yep.
than we do Priuses.
Yep.
Um,
Okay.
How about a combination of both?
Right,
See-
but the pickup trucks win.
Okay.
An occasional Rolls
That's
Royces.
why the town made it 10 by 20.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that makes
Sam can
sense.
Park, right, Sam?
Yeah, well, my van doesn't fit in any of the spots, but it's a work van. My Prius
Right.
will fit comfortably.
We'll
And it
do 10
depends
by
what
20.
Mark's driving at any given week.
You never
Yeah,
know.
that's right. We never
Now,
know what Mark's
let's-
gonna show up
Let's
in.
try to work with the 10 by 20.
Okay,
Yes.
just
We are flex- we
a
are
quick
flexible.
question regarding the parking. Do you consider any of the drive-through or the car parked at the pump in the number of parking?
No,
Okay.
Well, we've gone through and looked at basically, we can go through when Liz and Mary Lou and everybody looks at the parking and say, because we don't tend to want it to look like a Walmart parking lot. So when he puts together the plan, we can say, oh, you know what? We actually don't need the 19 or 25 or what it might be. You can, because if we analyze it, this many people going through the Dunkin' Donuts and this many people stop at the convenience. We've done that. We did that with the grocery store. We've done that with quite a few parking areas. So I think it's more of when the whole thing is finalized, we see how much parking is really necessary.
You
Yeah.
can request a waiver and give us the reasoning for it.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
you know,
first,
the
oh,
other thing we've done, Qatar, and we did it with the liquor store down the block. The reserve parking that they had, we asked them not to pave that reserve area, if you would, but to, just put down a good layer of gravel, so that the water would continue to flow through it as opposed to having to provide some sort of drainage. And I'm thinking of the, 10 or 11 cars you have lined up one after the other right behind
Just
the,
leave these as a gravel.
yeah, it could be left as gravel. It's not going to get kicked all over and look like a muddy field. Something environmentally sensitive to gathering water and percolating the water through the soil. There are bricks that they use, paving bricks, all sorts of things. You know better than I do. So I think the summary is we prefer something, but we're real flexible and want to make it work. So Maureen's right. It doesn't look like Walmart parking lot.
Rick, I have a couple of notes when you're ready to go around.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you start, Mark?
Okay, so how many pumps are we proposing? It looks like 6, is that true?
There's 3 islands. So
3 islands, so 6. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for this map. It's a very good detailed map for the first submission. We
Thanks.
tell you guys are veterans at this. We appreciate that. I'm concerned about the middle building. It's very dilapidated and has a lot of long-lasting wear. I've been here a long time, and that building, I remember when it was a video store, a drugstore, and a laundromat, and it had some purpose. Now it seems to be vacant and very unused. I'm sure that the town would appreciate that being, whether it be refreshed or revitalized or refurbished to some sort of a nice appearance on the exterior, regardless of if the interior is going to be used or not. We would like to see that, whether even it gets around to paint, that it would be nice to see some improvements for that building. I know that I remember when there was parking on the 209 side of that building, and it was very dangerous pulling in and pulling out, getting in and on 209. So we recognize that you're not going to utilize that parking based on your plan, and we appreciate that. Can you just identify how far the building is going to be back off of 209, the new proposed building? I don't see that in your map. Depth off the road.
If I can start my AutoCAD, I probably can, which might not.
That's okay. Just a question.
Cooperate with me at 11:30 at night, but
that's okay. And then is the proposed building you show 2,400 square feet? Is that building going to be of similar size to the current building that's there?
It's actually a little bit smaller.
A little smaller, okay.
But yes, if you put it together, it's more compact. If you look at the last sheet, it has some elevation of what it would look like.
Okay. Sam, you want to just float to that? Yeah, that'd be good.
Is it 2,400 or is it 2,900?
I believe
2,900.
2,900.
Oh, okay. It looked like a 4. I'm sorry. And I'm assuming currently you have diesel at a different site at this current gas station. Are you going to incorporate diesel in one of the 6 pumps currently, so there won't be an exterior pump somewhere?
I can ask Lucky to answer that.
Yeah, we're gonna do 3+1 on the one of the pump.
Okay, so it'll be all in the island, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes.
Very good. Excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
On the both side, what we have the planning on the both on the side pumps. We're gonna have the diesel on the both sides. So.
Right. So it'll be diesel on both sides instead of just one.
Correct.
Very good. Okay. And
as for the you was talking about the other building. Yes, we do have the planning to make the look like similar to the new building we're putting in. So we're gonna do the renovation, and we have the planning to do take all the laundromat out, put all the like new machines, like automatic machines in for the laundromat. And on the front, we're gonna do the retail shop. And we're gonna make the old building will be look like it's new too. So
I will speak for the town on that. I really appreciate that, because it could definitely use an upgrade, and that would really be I think you'd get a lot of support with
yes,
that. So
actually we have the planning before that to knock down the whole building, not to keep that. But then we decided to keep that. Then
you've done some work to it recently too, so.
Oh, yes, yeah.
We recognize that.
Yeah,
okay.
Mr. Lucky, are you
It
doing?
would be good if we could get, I mean, just in the plan set as they advance, a rendering or elevation of what the renovated old building is going to look like.
Yes, we can do that, I think.
I mean,
Right, Scott?
I mean, we can roughly try to do that. The only thing is, we're trying to make the site more appealing to actually occupy everything in that site. So whether that one is going to get it, maybe a same siding, same kind of like a souvenir on the bottom to make it look the same, or just to renovate it. So if you don't, I just don't know how much.
I don't think we're going to hold you to it. I just think it would be
Okay.
nice to see it updated. I mean,
We can try to do that. Yes, I'll try to see what I can do with that one. But for
Exactly.
minimum, I can label that as an existing building to be renovated. This way,
Exactly.
you know that the
That'd be great.
intention is there.
Yeah, and if like Lucky said, if there's similar elevations that are going to look similar for future businesses or whatever your goals are, that would be nice to see. That we would appreciate that.
Let me
Rick,
just
that's all I
ask,
have.
let me just ask our attorney a process question / legal question. If this is site plan is for the whole site and they're going to be doing something to that building, don't we need to see elevations and, need
No,
to
if
check-
they're if they're gonna be changing it, that would go to the building department, who would then determine if something needed to come to us. But right now, that's not proposed. They're saying that's what they're thinking of doing. A mere renovation,
Right.
a coat of paint, new siding, doesn't have
Right.
to come to the planning
Doesn't,
board.
plus, right, okay. And we don't have to worry about the parking or anything for that. Again,
That's already approved.
Existing.
They've already got that.
Existing.
This
Okay.
is an amendment to an old site plan, basically.
all right, thank you.
That's all I have, Rick. I appreciate you guys sticking around with us all night.
Yeah. Okay, it's late at night. Who's still here from the planning board? Anne Marie.
I am so good with everything.
Okay, wonderful.
I like that.
Jorian,
He's napping by now.
okay. You snooze, you lose.
Hold on, I'm muted. Okay,
Patrick,
I
are you-
unmute myself. Okay. On the filling station canopy, it would be good if you had the cars to kind of clear how they move around and the space. Just like you're showing on sheet 5, you're showing them in the side view.
Sure. I mean, the aisles, the back aisle is at least a 24 feet minimum, and then the front one is, I believe, a 35. So definitely there's enough to 24 feet is a two-way
Right,
maneuver
but
road.
would be helpful to show the cars.
Sure,
there.
sure. I can show that.
Then sheet 5, the building rendering, in the past we had in the colors. So to see it in the color rather than black and white.
Oh, color. Okay.
Or it could just be Zorian, they could just put a legend that says the colors.
If I don't, because I'm a civil engineer, I don't have the fancy architectural notes. But what I can do is I can probably make maybe a table with the material itself and the color of the
Exactly.
material. Something, it's gonna probably be more. If they're using the same stone they use on different station, it would be probably like a beige earth tone with the brownish kind of stone.
Take a picture of the Valero 2 miles
Down
down
the
the road,
street.
right?
Probably,
Yeah,
it's
so
kind of like very
that-
similar to that building.
Okay, okay. And now question to everybody on the board and Mary Lou. Considering the recent experience with the sandwich place, are we gonna request like a performance bond?
You know what, Zorin, let's not go there yet. I'm having
Okay.
some discussions with Mary Lou about what we can legally ask
Okay,
to be
okay.
performance bonded.
Okay.
And I think, Mary Lou, add that to your list of maybe spending 10, 15 minutes on that at our workshop at the end of the month.
Okay,
All right. So Zorian, a great reminder. We chatted about it.
Yeah, I understand. I just thought, association with with previous projects.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Let's get what we can from Mary Lou, what we can and can't do legally. Okay.
And that's it. That's it.
Catania-
You covered landscaping already.
We'll detail it more about what are we using as far as the landscaping.
That's great. And
The only thing I just want to note to the board that just to make sure that it's clear on this, the entry to that where that residential building is, we're not touching that. So that's gonna remain because we don't want the residential parties to get in through the gas station entry. So that part we're not touching.
Okay.
Yep.
The section of the code that deals with the building design elevations and architectural renderings and the use of multiple materials, that's in section 140-20. So we've got a section for everything. And from what I could see, you guys probably read a lot of them already, and just need some fine tuning. So we appreciate your attention to details.
Thank you.
Zorian, thank you. Patrick?
I'm good.
Okay, great.
Actually,
Did I miss anybody?
You skipped me, but I have two comments. One is we talked about the diesel and the Priuses and the trucks, but I'd love to see some electric vehicle charging stations. We certainly have a lot of those and more every day. And then also on a similar note is if there's a possibility to look at some solar panels, that would be great too. There's going to be some new roof space also on the old building. There's a lot of roof space, but especially the vehicle charging stations. I think
The vehicle charging station, I agree with you. I mean, at least I think they give a $5,000 incentives. I mean, each one that you put in there, I believe in the past. I don't know if that's still going on.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any in the town currently.
I thought it's a state thing, but it could be.
No, but I'm just saying in the town, we have a lot of more and more electric vehicles every day. And I don't believe there's any publicly available charging stations at all.
And Dunkin' Donuts could sell a lot of coffee and.
While you're charging your car, yes.
Exactly, while everybody's sitting waiting for a half an hour.
Yeah.
Lucky likes that.
No, that's my planning to put like at least 2 or 3 charging station there. So we are looking into it. So we can.
Yeah, especially where you've got
we'll
like
show that.
Where you've got like the 12 spots in a row. It could be great.
Yeah, and Sam brings a good point. If we're willing to negotiate the number of parking spots, and not covering with asphalt, saving you money on that, and doing it with hard gravel. Putting in things like electric charging stations, I think would move the board to be flexible in terms of some other things that you guys want to do, size of the spots, number of spots, and that'd be great.
Can I ask a question, Rick?
Yeah.
How many pumps do you currently have at this station?
2 MPD with 4 filling spot.
Okay.
I mean, we have the diesel. We have the diesel like standalone.
Independent by itself, yeah.
So are you going to need to put in larger tanks?
No, we're using the same tank.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. That's very good to hear because in the district you're in, there could be a problem if you were putting in more tanks. So I'm very happy to hear that things will be the same size. Thank you.
No, the tanks are, it's only 10-year-old. So they're not, so we're using the same tank.
So Mary Lou, were you getting at whether or not what kind of a seeker review we needed to do?
No, Rick, you and I talked about, I think isn't part of this an aquifer protection or something? We talked about an
Yeah,
overlay.
we're not
which-
allowed to put any more filling stuff
Which doesn't
in.
allow
Right.
new gas,
Exactly.
which doesn't allow gas stations now, but because this pre-existed, we're okay. But if they were going to increase the storage of the gas, we might not be able to allow that. So I'm very glad they're not.
Okay. And
That's
we
it.
also
Here's my-
talked about, well, it's late at night, we can talk about it some other time, how to type this for seeker purposes, but we'll skip that for tonight.
How about Liz? Does she
And I
have
don't
some
know if Liz
comments?
had it.
Liz,
Yes,
do you have
I
anything?
do. All the comments have been excellent. I'm glad to hear it all.
All right, you have
Um,
about 2 minutes, because otherwise Sam is going to, he's gonna
Hang in there,
unmute-
Sam. I'll try to
he's
make it
gonna
5.
unmute you if you take more than
So-
2 minutes.
So basically,
Brother.
my understanding of your process, having dealt with a number of gas station applications, is that you first need to kind of show this fairly detailed concept. This is a great set of plans. So I have some questions a little bit about access. It looks like you're having a 2-way in to the new facility, 1-way out. And the 2-way in would also come to the existing retail to ultimately be refurbished. And you have a separate residential. And I guess the one thing that would charge this, in my opinion, would be if you can give us a good parking calculation table based on the town's code.
Yeah.
But I also strongly recommend that shared use be considered? And I think Mary Lou and maybe Rick were alluding to that if you have a couple different operations here, that you're going to get some back and forth. The other thing is, it wasn't clear to me how many parking spaces you would have at the canopy. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look in the code to see if those count, but oftentimes people come to the pump. When they're done paying, they run in, grab something and leave. So in my opinion,
6 cars,
those
yes.
could be counted in
They
the
don't count,
calculations.
They asked that question earlier and we said they don't count.
That's what the most of the town do, but I don't know what.
I mean, again, against the existing building with that overflow parking that I have that you're proposing to make it gravel, it's wide enough for me to be able to shorten that little landscape area and make it 2 rows of parking with a 24-foot in between and still use the existing paved area. So I probably can create more around the building coming around that corner.
So the most important thing we need right now, other than a number of other things, is to have the parking calculation of all the uses on the site, including the gas, the Dunkin' Donuts, and the future retail / laundromat that will charge things. And I guess I totally appreciate all the comments about lighting and landscaping. Those things, in my opinion, will be wrapped around in later aspects of the plan. Once it's pretty clear that you've met the parking width, the aisle width between parking, which I think is 25 feet per the code. Another concern is that you do have a cemetery nearby. So I'd want your landscaping plan to really make it clear what's happening on that side, what can be retained there, what needs to be filled in.
There is a row of trees on the property line, and we're not.
I see that. It would be, I did see that you showed that. It would be helpful to maybe have some views of that to see if it's sufficient and to see if there's any need for fill-in with shrubbery. Let's see. And then obviously you're going to need, some kind of, tell us what existing drainage measures are already in place. I totally support the reserve area with gravel parking. It's not clear to me with this layout where your loading will be. What I'm hoping is that your 2-way will allow anybody who's doing loading to come in that way and be able to either get to the pumps to fill your tanks if that's where they are, or come into the back to deal with trash pickup, etc., or to drop off goods to the retail establishments. So that's another thing, is it would help to have a circulation plan for both vehicles and for trucks, just to make sure that those things are going to work through the site. And the other main element that I would like to see is a clear path for pedestrians, because if this is going to be a site where people could go from one place to the other or walk in, it would be nice to see, I see you've got sidewalk in places, to make sure there's some clear pedestrian pathways. And I don't know where the town is at with trying to get sidewalks along Route 209 or not.
Everything's across the street. I looked at the aerial and they have all the sidewalks across the street. There's not a single sidewalk on this side. So I wasn't sure if it's going to be required.
Right. Well, I'm posing the question because what I've noticed in many communities is that where there aren't sidewalks, there's a dirt path on the grass on the side of the road if people need to walk. So I'm not suggesting that sidewalks be provided if it isn't required, but it's a thought. My main concern is with internal circulation of pedestrians, internal circulation of vehicles and trucks. And then I will do a full review, per the code and the standards. A lot of things the board has already, pointed you in that direction. I can see you have a lot of experience.
And
received.
Liz, so far as the sidewalks are concerned, this is on 209, so it will go to the county. And I can almost guarantee you that the county planning board is going to have a required modification of sidewalks, because they do that along 209. You might want to talk to Rob Leibowitz at the county planning office in advance. We can.
Yes, yes. I'm a pro sidewalk. I'm just not I usually don't like sidewalks that leads to nowhere because I invite people to have a
Right.
path to a certain distance and then we just leave them stranded somewhere where they can't go anywhere. So they become really
Right.
more dangerous than having them. But they do, they do exist across the street, so.
And there are other businesses in the area and
Yes.
other business spaces that could come to life.
And right,
There
and the
also,
town,
there also is the
county's
point that,
idea,
sorry, the sidewalk will then, I mean, lead into the edge of a cemetery. So that
Right.
becomes a little bit of a sidewalk that goes to nowhere proverbially and literally. I know when we went across the
Would that,
street,
would that be called a dead end?
that would be called a dead end,
Oh.
exactly. Dun-dun-dun.
You forgot the drama.
Bizarrely, they didn't ask us for a sidewalk across the street when we did the drive-through deli. Which
No, they
is
didn't
bizarre,
ask for
because you're right, Mary Lou, they always tend to.
they generally do,
Yeah.
and their thought is, we'll get that sidewalk started here, and then as properties, continuing on.
Right, but on
get
the other
developed.
side of that, it's residential from there all the
Right,
way to.
Right now, right.
That's
but-
it. There is no commercial.
Yeah, but people from the residences could walk to the commercial stuff. So I
Right.
guess I understand the conundrum there,
I
but
have both points, but I just want the board to be aware that's likely
Sure.
to be recommended. And just something for the applicant to look at to see if it's workable, if it ends up being.
and then bike amenities, if that's something the town is encouraging. Just a bike rack or something.
Oh, okay.
Good point. Yeah. I don't know how to handle those sidewalks, Mary Lou. It's going to take some,
It's a tough one. It is.
It's
Yeah.
the Ulster County will decide, right? If they even want it.
well, the
Well,
county will probably.
we can
tell us they
overrule
do.
You
them
can
by a
always, yes, I was
majority.
gonna say, majority can overrule the
Majority
county.
plus one,
Right.
super
We can
majority, you can
overrule them.
overrule them. But just something to think about. Liz brought it up and it's a good point. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Well,
Liz.
I
Maybe you
can't
had
help-
more.
No, I can't help looking at an area and seeing whether there is potential. There's
And
growth
there's the
going on
Babe Ruth field
residentially.
across the street too.
There's
Sure.
growth going on residentially in town. Ultimately, business is going to follow, and you have a stretch there. It's existing, kind of underutilized business space that could start popping. You just don't know.
Good point. Okay, Liz? Anything else?
Okay, so just so I understand the process from this point on, so you will refer this plan, I guess the next wave of plan to the county, right, for comments? Is that how it
Yeah, as
goes?
soon as we determine it's complete.
Okay,
Yeah.
Right.
and then when it determines it's complete, you also schedule a public hearing?
Yes, when we determine it's complete.
Yeah, we'll make a seeker determination, schedule a public hearing.
But before
send it
that,
To the county.
I'm going to do a detailed review. The board gave a lot of comments. We'll expect another full submittal, to move things forward. And you
Well,
sound like it'll be.
the reason I'm asking is just to understand the process because we do have the contract that's currently happening between the client and Dunkin' Donuts, and I'm just trying to give them a frame of time that what a process generally looks like. Would it be safe to say this is a 3 to 4 month process?
At least.
I would say at minimum, yeah.
Okay, so if we say anywhere between 4 to 6 months, you think that's more realistic?
I think so.
Yep,
Yeah.
that sounds good. To be
And,
safe.
you guys seem to be on the top of your game, so I
Yeah.
don't think we're gonna have a lot of pushing and shoving and tugging and that kind of thing.
Yeah, this isn't your first one.
Well, it's the first time in Rochester. I'm happy to meet all of you. This has really
Oh,
been,
okay.
been very nice. So,
I think it'll-
and it's
it'll go-
and very late, which is great. but
think it's
no,
gonna
this
go-
is going almost like nothing, no surprises here. I just wanted to understand again. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of
I
so
think
we
it's
know
This
where
is
to
a,
go.
this is a good board. You're in good hands.
Yes,
I
yes,
think
I
it's gonna go
appreciate that.
swimmingly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so 3 to 4 months, should everything go wonderfully, is a possibility. But if you're negotiating, with Dunkin' Donuts, I'd give them a more outside time.
That's what I
like
thought,
6
okay.
months.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Anybody else?
I will just await Liz's official review, and we'll work on these items, and we'll try to put a next submit.
Great.
Great.
Liz, what do you think in
Awesome.
terms of you getting your review for this out? The end of the week?
I mean, my goal is to try to get everything out the end of this week. I think
Okay.
the big ones are the ones I want to go for first.
Agree.
So we'll, Rick, you and I will talk about how you want me to prioritize
We'll
getting
do it,
these out.
we'll talk tomorrow.
We'll talk.
Talk.
How do you like my New York accent? Pretty good, huh?
No, we'll talk.
Not bad.
That's my
We'll
Boston,
talk.
that's my Boston accent,
Jersey,
Jersey.
Jersey.
It's late at night. I'm getting slap happy. I'm liable to start talking pig
Good
Latin.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, thank you all.
Mr. Cottrell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lucky, thank you
you.
very much.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
night.
Very much
Have a
so.
good night.
Thank you
Hey,
very much.
I need
Night, you're out before
motion to
midnight.
adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
I second the motion.
Second, third, fourth.
Bye.
I second that
Bye.
motion. Thank you all. Good night. Thanks for being
Night,
here.
everybody. We're out before midnight. Can you believe it?
Thanks for